20 years away.
As now, I didn't appreciate it.
Internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Just one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now, I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now, I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now, I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now, I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now, I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now, I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
We're so back.
We're so back. It's July 31st, Friday, final day of the week.
Friday, July 31st, 2026. Wow. Yeah, it is the final day of the week.
I know.
already. Another week in the bag.
This year is just going by faster and faster. It feels like just the start, but we're almost to the end. I think August is the official time where it's like, okay, fall's entering. The year's kind of closing, coming to an end.
Yeah. It's going to be over in August.
Yesterday we had some exciting stories to share, and today we have some updates on that situation. Theo, what are we sharing today?
Well, yesterday we saw a lot of drama around situational awareness, Leopold Aschenbrenner's hedge fund. Many people were speculating, oh, it's over for Leopold. It's completely blown up. It's the end of the world. But we have two interesting profiles, one from the Financial Times, one from the Wall Street Journal. So you can see the Financial Times did a little profile on him. Leopold Aschenbrenner made his name on his ability to predict the future, but the trader dubbed the Nostradamus of AI would have been hard-pressed to foresee how quickly his high-flying hedge fund would run into trouble.
Wow, that's quite the statement to start off with.
Yeah. I've never heard him called the Nostradamus of AI, but I guess it
Trader
makes sense.
dubbed by just them.
It's like, it's not hard. You look at the lines on the graph, and the lines on the graph go up, and you predict that they'll continue to go up into 2026, and this is what happened.
Yeah, except you're over leveraging, and when you're too exposed to leverage trades, it's always makes for a fragile market.
Mm-hmm. So with no trading experience, he had over 2 years become a Wall Street sensation, racking up gains of over 400% for his more than 20 billion hedge fund situational awareness. I've heard up to 45 billion at peak.
Wow.
In the first 6 months of the year alone. However, he over leveraged. He had to get on the phone with Ken Griffin and then sell much of situational awareness portfolio to the hedge fund.
For pennies on the dollar, but is that actually?
I don't think it was pennies on the dollar.
Is that actually said what they bought it for, or unclear?
It was like $16 billion for Actually, I don't know what they bought it for, but I'm guessing it was not literal pennies on the dollar. I mean, it's still like, SanDisk and Bloom Energy and CoreWeave and all these really
Yeah.
valuable companies that are going to go up a lot. Not financial advice.
not financial advice, but I don't know. This is one of the big first stress tests on AI infrastructure in this market here. And what's interesting is only like a 1 month drop, and now you're already seeing how it all just exploded. And so the compressed market cycles, these are just very fast cycle cycles. It reminds me of crypto.
The firm's rapid downward spiral is a familiar tale as Silicon Valley and Wall Street once again threw their weight behind a bright-eyed but untested investor who promised this time would be different. Everybody always wants to find the next golden child, said one longtime hedge fund executive. It just keeps happening. Except he's still up like 80% year to date. He's still up a lot more than that all time the last 2 years. People are like getting way too negative about situational awareness now. Like, situational awareness is fine. Leopold Aschenbrenner is fine. If it literally went to zero, like, he's still like a generational talent and he would do very well regardless.
Yeah.
He still has Anthropic equity. He's totally fine.
And in his letter last night, he's like, okay, we're not shutting anything down. We're still continuing as is. We're just not going to be leveraging as much.
Yeah. Aschenbrenner captivated his investors with bold ideas about AI drawn from his network comprising effective altruism adherents. There's just like this such sneering contempt in the Financial Times for like AGI bulls.
Yeah.
These people are going to be totally... the AGI bulls are going to be totally vindicated by history, and the Financial Times people are just not. He met his wife to be Avital Balwi at FTX Future Fund. We talked about this yesterday.
They have their wedding this weekend?
I think it's this weekend.
Wow, what a time to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll be watching the markets.
Vibes.
You have a segment there?
Yeah, we talked about situational awareness, the Leopold backstory yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The Gen Z investor described as the Nostradamus of AI by who? Brushed off a question about whether he would succumb to the same fate as others, such as tech billionaire Peter Thiel's hedge fund, which collapsed during the 2008 financial crisis. Yeah, well, famously, when Thiel's hedge fund collapsed during the 2008 financial crisis, all of his investments went to zero, and we never heard about Peter Thiel again.
Yeah, he's completely irrelevant. Who's that exactly?
Yeah.
Never heard of him since 2008.
Yeah. Obviously, not blowing up is sort of like task number 1 and 2 or whatever, Aschenbrenner said during the 4th hour of a popular tech podcast. You mean the Dwarkesh podcast? If this ever happens to MTS, I'm going to be so mad.
A show on X that happens every now and then.
While we read this, I'm going to ask Fable which past hedge fund managers, financiers, tech entrepreneurs, etc., have blown up early in their career and came back.
Yeah. This is...
Situational awareness's assets snowballed to 24 billion. I heard 45. It's possible at the peak of leverage it was 45. But by July, some of their biggest stock positions appeared to be collapsing. When Intel reported strong earnings last week, its share price surprisingly fell and speculation began to mount that someone was aggressively selling into the market. That seller was Aschenbrenner, according to multiple people familiar with the matter. He was trying to recover his losses, one of the people said. He had the illusion of still being in control. He didn't have control at all. Wow. So Leopold was trying to sell off his Intel gains in order to cover for his losses on Bloom Energy and SanDisk. Despite the AI rout, Aschenbrenner on July 24th sent his investors a letter that rattled off the fund's wild returns. 439% for the year to the end of June, 1,551% since its founding. Like, okay, incredible, by the way, because its founding was less than 2 years ago.
439% for the year.
Mm-hmm. It's more important than ever to recognize the potential for volatility in the future, he wrote. Aschenbrenner acknowledged that his firm had not been immune to the recent tech sell-off, but said the unwinding of the market was a particularly good time to add funds. And, not financial advice, but like it is.
Yeah.
But shortly after the situation at the fund had deteriorated, Aschenbrenner called a number of investors to solicit fresh capital or sell certain assets, according to people with knowledge of the process. These calls were ad hoc, offering direct investors different deals. He was offering me a deal and a completely different one to another investor, said a person who's called by the hedge fund seeking help. Yeah, so like when you're in a crisis situation like this, these sorts of things happen.
Yeah, when you're over leveraged, you just need to get a bunch of cash, and you're just trying to get cash as fast as you can to get out of this position. But everyone has this, or their same cash has a lot of the same investment theses. So we have a very concentrated market here.
Mm-hmm. At least one prime broker put situational awareness on a watch list due to the highly volatile and concentrated nature of its bets on AI stocks. That's the point of the fund. Like, the whole point of the fund is like we're going gig along into things that will perform well if AGI happens.
And their whole thing is going aggressive. That's the whole point of them. That's why people are allocating into situational awareness in the first place.
Yep. By Wednesday, their troubles came to a head. As tech stocks continued to fall further, investors complained that they couldn't get through to his fund. Leopold just stopped taking calls, said one investor. Instead, Aschenbrenner was talking to some of Wall Street's most aggressive operators, Jane Street, Millennium, and Citadel, seeking a swift deal to sell all or large chunks of the portfolio. Jane Street, by the way, was a backer of situational awareness. Mm-hmm. Multiple investors said Aschenbrenner was exploring a sale of some or all of his coveted Anthropic stake, though at a premium to its last valuation of $900 billion. Yeah, that would be like kind of a desperate thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, his Anthropic stake is something that you would expect to do very well in the event of AGI happening. Okay.
How much is the stake? 3.5 billion stake in Anthropic?
I've heard 5 billion. I don't know. We don't know. It's a lot. Situational awareness was left with a small slice of unlevered public stock holdings and its private stakes, including Anthropic and FluidStack and some others, according to two people familiar with the matter. One person close to the firm said it wasn't over. Of course it's not over.
Yeah, they're still up 80%.
They're still up 80% year to date. They're going to be fine.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. In a letter to investors in his fund situational awareness sent yesterday, late.
This is last night, so this is fully after the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Sent this letter.
Aschenbrenner said he took full responsibility for the events which led to a 67% plunge in assets in July, and said he would make it his mission to ensure that we learn the necessary lessons from this experience. Okay, so they will continue to operate and not exit public equities, he said. There's speculation on the internet that situational awareness would basically turn into like a VC fund, all private, or like a private equity fund. They didn't do that. They're still going to be in public equities.
They're not doing that. And I think he's also just trying to differentiate himself. This is not a bank run. This is not like FTX. This is different. This is a different situation. And the way that Financial Times or some other people external are trying to talk about the situation is similar to the FTX collapse. But these are totally different reasons for
completely unlike the FTX collapse.
Different.
Aschenbrenner added that situational awareness would no longer borrow money from banks to magnify its bets. Mm-hmm. So no more leverage.
Which is fair. I think leveraging during crazy markets, oversaturated markets, very dangerous.
He compared the dynamics facing his fund to a bank run and said the fund saw adverse trading in names publicly associated with us. This is true. This happened earlier this week. All of these stocks went way down. And then as soon as situational awareness had a little blow up, all of the stocks went way up.
Yeah. But hard to say exactly why all the stocks went way down in just this past month. I mean, a lot of people attribute it to Kimi, all the Chinese models coming out. But
no, I don't think it's that. I think it's just investors are getting scared. They're like,
unclear.
Whoa, Google is spending like $700, $800 billion on AI CapEx now.
Yeah.
Time to pull out a little bit. But like sometimes you need to spend a lot of money on things.
Spend a lot to make a lot.
So the letter said the fund was still up 80% on the year despite July's losses.
That's impressive. And that's probably because they were up so much from the beginning. Like the initial up that they were was crazy and pretty unprecedented. And so despite all of this, despite all of the losses this month,
they're going to be 80%. So fine. They're going to be so fine. Like, yeah, they're going to totally be fine. I don't know why people assume Leopold is just gone. These are very expensive scars, but I'm dedicated to ensuring they will be invaluable lessons for our organization and for myself as we move forward. My core promise to you is that we will not waste the opportunity to learn from these events. Over the past 2 years, we have delivered outstanding results despite occasional sharp pullbacks, but our fund must always be structured such that we can take a loss and fight another day. The letter did not disclose the fund's latest assets under management, and many early investors are subject to lockup agreements, which mean they cannot redeem funds until at least September, which I'm assuming means 2 years after the start of the fund. He had no prior trading experience when he began investing. He had no prior professional trading experience, but he did do like FTX Future Fund.
Yeah,
which is
FTX Future Fund.
kind of like investing.
Econ major, right?
And he did econ and math and stats at Columbia.
Just incredibly smart dude overall.
So Wall Street Journal has some parallel coverage. They say, "We let you down this month," said Aschenbrenner in the investor letter. Situational awareness went so far as to reach a deal late Wednesday to sell $3.5 billion of its stake in Anthropic.
Yep, so it was $3.5 billion.
To a consortium of investors led by Green Oaks and Sequoia. But situational awareness had an apparent change of heart by Thursday morning and backed out, the people said. Interesting. Sequoia and Green Oaks, by the way, were two of the lead investors on Anthropic's most recent round.
Wow. Selling $3.5 billion worth of its stake in Anthropic? Wow.
Through the end of May, they gained about 270%. Aschenbrenner partially blamed short sellers who targeted the firm's positions for exacerbating the fund's losses, the letter said. Yeah, it sounds plausible. You know, the speculators are saying that like Ken Griffin deliberately like shorted the market in order to like blow up situational awareness because they were so leveraged, and then buy all of their assets. That he made some comment that like the Fed would raise rates in order to like scare investors into selling like crazy. This seems pretty implausible, but you know, I don't know what gets into the minds of these like elite finance people.
Yeah. But ultimately, yeah, they had over 20 billion in assets under management since its founding 2 years ago. So this is one of the fastest growing firms in years.
Maybe ever.
And yeah, maybe ever actually. And all this without his professional investing experience, which I don't know, goes to say how he is perceived or how he has so much trust.
So here's a clip. We talked about this earlier. Leopold explains his approach to not blowing up.
Don't blow up.
2024 from the Dwarkesh podcast.
Yeah, get that.
I'm getting my sound on. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously you can't, not blowing up is sort of like, task number 1 and 2 or whatever. I mean, I think this investment firm is going to just be betting on AGI, betting on AGI and superintelligence before the decade is out, taking that seriously, making the bets you would make, if you took that seriously. So, I think if that's wrong, firm is not going to do that well. The thing you have to be resistant to is like you have to be able to resist to get one or a couple or a few kind of individual calls, right? It's like AI stagnates for a year because of the data wall, or like you got the call wrong on like when revenue would go up, and so anyway, that's pretty critical. You have to get timing right. I do think in general that the sort of sequence of bets on the way to AGI is actually pretty critical, and I think a thing people underrate. So yeah, I mean, look.
The sequence of bets on the way to AGI is pretty critical. I mean, this is no way showing that his overall thesis was it wasn't wrong. I think his overall thesis was
his overall thesis was entirely presciently correct.
Completely correct, and grew a ton. And just it's just leveraging. Leveraging is just a very volatile thing. It's so sensitive to so much variance. But he's gonna be fine. He's up 80%. He has a really strong long-term thesis. The sequence of bets on the way to AGI is critical, as he says. People are underrating it.
He also, there's a lot of interesting gems in the Leopold episode on Dwarkesh. Like if you search blowing up, there we go. So, okay, why is it teleporting me to the top of this thing? There we go.
There you go.
There it is. He's talking about wanting to create an investment firm. You're starting an investment firm with anchor investments from these people. Why is this a thing to do if you believe AGI is coming? This is also true. The screen doesn't go blank when AGI intelligence happens. People think that Basically,
Yeah.
they see AGI as like the end state of history, and then after that is like whatever.
It's like the D-Day of artificial intelligence. It's okay. When is the singularity coming? And there's an exact date for it. And once that happens, everything just blows up.
Yep. Part of the answer is there's a lot of money to be made. The other reason is just some amount of freedom and independence. So there are some people who are very smart about this AI stuff and who see it coming. Almost all of them are constrained in various ways. They're in the labs or in some other position like the government where they can't really talk about this stuff. This investment firm will be kind of like a brain trust on AI. It's going to be all about situational awareness. We're going to have the best situational awareness in the business. We're going to have way more situational awareness than any of the people who manage money in New York. Unfortunately, this is like a totally private brain trust. Like they don't release anything.
Yeah.
The book about Peter Thiel, they had an interesting quote about his hedge fund. It got terrible returns. Is this 0 to 1? No, contrarian. So this isn't the example. He says it blew up. That's sort of the bear case. It's too theoretical. They had an interesting quote that it's basically a think tank inside of a hedge fund, which that's what I'm going to try to build. This is so cool, like going back and reading this 2 years later after this has happened.
And see how this actually ended up paying out.
Presumably you've thought about the ways in which these kinds of things can blow up. People who got the thesis right but timed it wrong. They sell at the wrong time and buy at the wrrong time. They miss out on the gains even though they're right about this. How do you prevent this kind of thing? Obviously don't blow up. Resist one or a couple or a few individual calls. You have to get the timing right. And then he explains basically like how someone would invest. Where does the story start? Obviously, the only bet over the last year was NVIDIA. It's obvious now. Very few people did it. I mean, if you look at this interview came out in June 2024, which was like around here. If you had invested in NVIDIA a year before, you would have made like a huge amount. There's also classic debate. I and a friend had another colleague. He was really into TSMC, but only NVIDIA had the AI beta because only NVIDIA was kind of like large fraction AI. TSMC was only a couple percent AI. So AI wouldn't meaningfully expand their revenue, but now it's broadening. So when AI was first becoming a thing, at first only NVIDIA was benefiting from it.
Yeah.
But as AI grows and grows in revenue and in salience, then it affects much more of the chip ecosystem. And that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah, you're seeing that with TSMC. You're seeing that with AMD. You're seeing this with a bunch of the other chip players. They're going to start, it's a growing market too. And not just in training, but also on inference. It's going to be needed more and more and more.
At some point, Google will get $100 billion of revenue from AI. This is close to being true, actually. Like if you consider all of the revenue that Google makes from Google Cloud, from Gemini, from all of their AI products, it's definitely in the tens of billions. I mean, let's see, Google Cloud, trailing 12 months revenue. 78 billion. There you go. Add Gemini on that, and it's probably something like
so it's 100 billion of revenue from AI 2 year ago prediction turned out to be fairly accurate.
And if you look at Google stock, since Leopold said this in June 2024.
Correct.
Yeah, that was another doubling in 2 years at that scale. Huge. The timing there is very important. You have to get the timing right. You have to get the sequence right. At some point, there's going to be a real headwind to equities from real interest rates. Real interest rates are going up over time too. In these sorts of explosive growth worlds, you'd expect real interest rates to go up a lot. People are going to be borrowing like crazy.
Yeah, and he was tapped into something that most people in Silicon Valley, most people here in the Bay Area feel. He was at OpenAI. He understood how all of these things are actually going to start to play out. And a lot of the people who are actually working at these labs, who are researchers here, who have companies, have all their equities, but they're stuck into one company, maybe where they're working, or they can't actually benefit from all the money that's going to be made outside of just where they are or get exposure to that financially. So at the time, it made a lot of sense. Now, these markets are super saturated. There's lots of people that have similar theses to Leopold, even though he does consistently outperform and perform a generational growth here. But the AI infrastructure market is not this big secret sauce like it maybe used to be at the start of it.
Yep. So last thing we have here is which past hedge funds, managers, financiers, tech entrepreneurs, etc., have blown up early in their career and come back. Paul Tudor Jones. He traded cotton, lost a big chunk of capital, got so bored/burned he almost quit, then went on to become one of the greatest macro traders ever. Bill Ackman,
Bill
I'm sure we've
Ackman.
all heard of. His first fund wound down in 2002 to 2003 amid illiquid positions and litigation. He came back with Pershing Square and became a star. Then Valiant/Herbalife nearly wrecked him, and he came back again with monster years in 2019 to
Wow.
2020. Michael Burry faced investor revolts and redemption threats, while his subprime short bled and wound down Scion.
Where's Peter Thiel on this? Oh, tech investors, tech entrepreneurs.
Mark Andreessen, that's right. LoudCloud and Opsware nearly died in the dot-com crash, and then they ended up saving it and selling it to HP for $1.8 billion,
Yeah.
I think.
Reid Hoffman.
Yeah, Elon was ousted from PayPal, and Tesla and SpaceX went, like, they were very close to bankruptcy. He almost couldn't make payroll. He had to get like an emergency investment the last minute. Yeah, pretty bad. Anyway, like, many people in their career have blown up a hell of a lot worse than
than
going
Leopold.
down from, 45 billion and 400% returns to only 80% year-to-date returns,
Yeah.
and only, a few $1 billion in assets. under
Only
management.
80% returns. That's quite tough. I think the point here is you got to have a long-term thesis. You have something that you have some sort of edge to that the public market doesn't totally know, and doing that consistently, 80% returns. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Yep.
Yeah. Another news, let's talk about some fun model releases that happened today.
Yep.
We got Deepseek V4 Flash official API is now live in public data. They say here they upgraded its agent capabilities. Benchmark scores are now far surpassing the V4 Pro preview.
Not the V4 Flash preview, the V4 Pro
preview, not the V4 Flash. Yeah. Interesting here. It's still the same model, still the same size as the previous V4 Flash, and it's retrained, but it's retrained on just post-training. And they're specifically doing it to be better at agent tasks. So let's see, I have from artificial analysis here, we got the intelligence index, analysis intelligence index, a 10-point jump over Deepseek V4 Flash, 6-point jump over Deepseek V4 Pro. I have the graph. You can see that here. Intelligence index, cost per intelligence index as well. Got this. You have a 10-point jump, which is quite exciting. So yeah, this is one of the best model intelligence per cost of any model. You have, let's see, let me get the actual pricing. 14 and 28 cents is this model. I want to compare it to, if you compare it to other of models with around the same intelligence, right? You have like GLM 5.2, you have GPT Luna, but GLM 5.2, what's GLM 5.2? I think that's 140 and 440. What is that? Let's see. GLM price.
It's 140 and 440.
Oh, look at that. When you have token costs in your head, that's going to be a fun fact. Yeah. So GLM 5.2 is 140, 440. GPT 5.6, obviously, way more expensive. Luna, even Luna, GPT 5.6 Luna, the cheaper one, you got, let's see, GPT next Luna. You got, price here, 20 and 120. So yeah, if you compare around the similar intelligence, that's 14 and 28 per 1 million tokens. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You have the best model intelligence per cost out of all the similar type of models. And so this is exciting. We have Ahmed Osman here who says Deepseek V4 Flash is 70% smaller in size than GLM 5.2. 70% smaller is great because you can actually, the GLM 5.2 was a state-of-the-art model. That was the big state-of-the-art model a month ago. But when it's 70% smaller, this means it's going to get easier for people to be running these models at home on their own, maybe on their own compute. Maybe our final dream of being able to run our own models here at the MTM studio can actually come to life.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to ask Claude.
Can we make some predictions?
Would it take to run Deepseek V4
Flash
Flash at home? Flash is how many parameters?
It is same parameters as the previous one.
No,
so
V4 Flash, not V3 Flash. Stupid Claude.
V4 Flash.
Okay, now it's looking at V4.
DeepSeek V4 flash parameters. Let's see. We got 284 billion parameters. That's
Okay, so that's gonna be kind of tough.
That's a large model. Okay, 70% smaller, still impressive. But that's
Okay,
still a
very
really large
doable at
model.
home. So you need memory to hold 200. Okay, so a Mac Studio with 192 gigabytes of unified memory, 128 gigabyte unified memory PCs. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Or pure GPU. So you'd want something like 4 3090s for heavily quantized version, or 2x 80 gigabyte cards for comfort.
Okay, back of the napkin math.
Okay, so $4,000 to
What are we saying here?
$6,000, but that's a lot better than a few $1 million for a Kimi K3.
Wait, what is the pricing? It's
$4,000 to $6,000.
4 to 6K. You know what? We could totally expense this.
What would we use it for?
Just to have models on the back. That's exciting. I mean, you don't have to pay for your own token costs anymore if you're running everything yourself. You just have to pay for your expensive PG&E bills that you have.
M4 Max with maxed out GPU and 96. You can only get up to 96.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, you might need just added memory or something. Or I wonder if you could do this on an NVIDIA DGX Spark.
Potentially. I know the Laguna S2 model you can run on the NVIDIA Spark. Yeah, Deepseek published their reports here. You got 82.7 on Terminal Bench 2.1. Comparatively to GLM 5.2, it is higher. It's still lower than Opus 4.8, but those are not the same types of models. It's not a totally fair comparison. But yeah, 10 points above DeepSeek V4 Pro preview. 20 points higher than the DeepSeek V4 Flash preview. And they specifically designed it for agent capabilities. So that is the big goal here. Let's see what people are saying about this. Let's go to the quotes. Oh, according to Chubby, I don't know who Chubby, DeepSeek V4 Flash is super close to Opus 4.8. And certain benchmarks like software engineering, deep software engineering, we have a outperforming GLM 5.2 by a lot. Terminal Bench 82.7, still outperforming its other similar ones. But for the price, this is something you can't really beat. Oh, you have this one. Sir, a new model just dropped. It's 18x cheaper on input, 28x cheaper on output. Matches Opus 4.8. To Dario. He looks worried.
They love that reaction image.
Sam Altman.
All the
Again?
Anthropic hater soy boys on Twitter love doing this.
This is interesting when we talk about how just 1 month of a downturn in the AI infrastructure market led to everything with situation awareness. OpenAI, Anthropic, these are not totally public quite yet. Maybe later this year, but these are not totally public quite yet. And so it's going to be interesting to see how these narratives and how new models start to really affect the market. It's probably going to be compressed speeds on what actually ends up happening here. All right. In terms of some other model news, we got, let's see, let me paste. This one I'm excited for. Minimax. We have Minimax H3. World is a multi-model. These are beautiful.
Video models this time.
Video models. I have, this one's cool. You can combine text, images, audio, and video. It's all in native 2K. That is impressive. Let me pull up the artificial analysis leaderboard.
This is a good post, by the way, from Asuka Zheng.
Oh, yeah?
I
Send it to me,
generated
let's see.
this photo. I generated this video using 2 blurry pics of myself from 2 years ago at Griffith Observatory with H3.
Oh.
This looks like kind of real.
Yeah.
Would I believe this was a real video if I saw it? No, the voice is still off, but it looks much better than models I've seen previously.
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay,
That's pretty
just
cool.
from these two little GIFs.
You also got seed dance. Where did you get that cool video? The example was the seed dance videos. You got the missing longer narratives, better control, 30 seconds in a single generation. But these look really solid. These are really solid videos. It's almost like you got a drone to make these. They're beautiful. Smarter reference, better editing capabilities. Yeah.
Oh, this one's not good.
What's not good?
This H3 video example that I'm seeing. This
But the
looks very
pricing,
fake.
if you go on artificial analysis, the actual text to video leaderboard is second right after Gemini Omni Flash. API pricing, it's still a bit more than Gemini Omni Flash. I'm curious who's using it above them, but what they're actually able to produce is quite beautiful. I think some of the reasons people are really excited about the Minimax is, let's see people are actually saying, but I think it's the being able to combine all these different things. So you have video editing, text to video, image to video, combine them all on one platform.
Oh, I see. So it's just a smaller model than Cdance, but Cdance is a better one.
Cdance is a better one, for sure.
So looking at, let's see, if you
say
search
about
Twitter
Cdance.
for Cdance 2.5 instead, let's take a look at some of these videos. Yeah, this looks really good.
Yeah, these are beautiful. And the faces. Remember how hard it was to generate faces?
It's still fake and overacted, but it looks better. It looks better every time.
It's definitely looks a lot better. I have this generated with Cdance 2.5, AAA level realism, cinematic quality.
Like this is definitely like the kind of thing that you can make, you know, in Instagram Reel sort of micro drama out of, and it would be totally watchable.
Yeah.
Like with older AIs, it would just be distracting because the models would be so bad. But this is totally watchable. Like,
Yeah, these are.
it's not perfect though. Like it would definitely be better still to have like a, you know, professionally made Hollywood thing. But this will, you know, allow more people to be able to make.
Yeah. I do think what's exciting about a lot of these, you know, smaller labs that are creating purpose-built models, so models specifically just for video, so it's just for video generation, and they are beating some of the wider frontier labs
that
in
was really
video
good.
generation and these specific types of things. And so, when you are purpose-built, you're a purpose-built model, you are really good at one thing, you can definitely compete with the larger frontier labs in a lot of these areas.
That one's kind of slop.
This one?
This one's pretty good. This
Oh,
one's
like I like
decent.
this one about Cdance 2.5 versus Cdance 2.0 on Higgsfield. Just the faces and just consistent faces over a 30-second frame. You see these videos, like even when I would watch the videos on Instagram, you have a face that starts off and it kind of turns into something else someone after. It looks pretty accurate. Yeah, this
Voices
sounds
are
pretty
still
good.
super fake.
Voices super fake.
But the video, the video is like a more real kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like holding it closer to her face instead of all the way out there. Like who does that?
Yeah. It was interesting talking to Cole Lee yesterday because she uses a lot of all of these different AI tools in her actual editing. She's an incredible visual effects
Holy.
editor.
Tokyo
Holy.
Summer 2000.
Tokyo Summer.
This is making me nostalgic for a time where I wasn't alive. This is
Yeah,
really
go
well
back
done.
to the 80s.
This is going to be one of the, I think I'm calling it, this is going to be one of the biggest examples of like things that people are going to do with these models is like historical simulations, basically.
It was really cool. I have
Like
one.
nostalgia videos for Zoomers, like this kind of thing.
I do Bible readings with AI generated video, and we'll do like a full reenactment of things that actually happened.
This is so great, though.
It's like you're Mary and Joseph coming in, and it's like a video. It's like a documentary style. Like, hey, let me in.
Cdance 2.5 now can generate 30-second 4K videos from one prompt.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We should totally play around with these. We'll do our morning situation where we talk about what's actually happening, and we'll come back in our evening situation showing you the videos that we created that day using our own run Deepseek V4 Flash model at home to generate everything.
AI UGC via Cdance 2.5. One shot with a single prompt.
Really? Which one are you? Which one are you showing? Let's see there.
This is another one of these probably like historical Japan videos.
I love these comparisons between the Cdance 2.0 versus Cdance 2.5.
This is so well produced. This is from one prompt and it's doing all the editing and stuff.
Yeah.
This is great. And
What
this
are
is
you-
probably not full resolution. It's probably
Oh,
compressed
man.
as Twitter.
Look at this one. This one looks like oh, this is a paid partnership, but it's still Higgsfield versus Seed Dance. It looks very Games of Thrones-esque. And if you ask, like Game of Thrones, when they had to generate their dog with all the hairs, I think I saw this episode that they're saying it took like 100 hours to actually be able to animate their dog to make it look realistic because of the way that all the hair moves on a dog is so difficult to actually create.
Higgsfield says
animation
Seedance
videos.
2.5 is 100% indistinguishable from reality. No, it isn't.
You can tell. What I mean, I guess that's slightly concerning on what that means for the future of deepfakes.
This is okay. It's definitely better than 2.0, but it's distinguishable from reality.
Yeah. Let's move into some of our other stories here. I want to talk about all of the Frontier Lab margins, what's actually happening. Do you want to pull up? Or I can
Or
also pull it up.
should we save that for noon?
All right, we'll come back with noon
We'll
and
come
we'll
back
share.
to that one.
But
This
let's talk,
this one's gonna be a deep dive.
we'll do a deep dive on those. Can we talk about the New York suing Kalshi after talks to rein in prediction market breakdown?
That's right. New York is suing Kalshi.
Oh my gosh. So these negotiations include talks over tax revenue and consumer protections. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I was living in New York when Kalshi came out, when all these different polymarket came out, and I wasn't able to use them. They have very strict restrictions over what you can actually do. And so it makes sense that they're starting to actually double down on prediction markets.
Polymarket used to just not be allowed in the US at all.
No. But then it did come out into the US, just not in New York.
Really? Are prediction markets still not allowed in New York?
When I was there, I haven't lived there in a little bit, but there was a time where I fully could not use
Did
prediction
everyone
markets.
at MTS live in New York before coming here?
Yeah, except for you.
Except for me.
You missed out. You missed out on the generational run.
Yeah. Alleging the company runs an illegal gambling operation.
Is this what are some other examples of New York suing a company recently? Is this a thing that happens?
This is a thing that happens. The New York Attorney General, like blue state attorneys general, in general, are pretty litigious against tech companies.
Well, what's the last one that was the big?
They sued a bunch of social media companies for making children addicted to their products.
In their fairness, I am addicted to these products, and so this is a little concerning. Should the state be suing them? Unclear, but should they be making it super addicting to children? Also, not
Are we
great.
for real? The city also blamed social media for an increase in subway surfing or riding atop or off the sides of moving
Yeah,
trains.
that one's a bit of a stretch.
Really? So if people do dumb stuff on social media, or rather, if people do dumb stuff and then post it on social media, does this mean the platform is liable for like killing kids by making them think they should ride on the top of subway trains? It's ridiculous.
It's like you need a warning saying, "Don't do this at home."
Yeah.
Yeah. So New York State is suing prediction market Kalshi by alleging the company runs an illegal gambling operation after weeks of negotiations over tax revenue and customer protections broke down. You have the New York Attorney General here, and they're targeting the biggest prediction market operator in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, you can just gamble on anything. And Kalshi's incredibly unpopular. When the Timothy Chalamet ad came out, everyone was like, "Screw you, Timothy! Like, why are you selling your soul?" In mainstream public,
really misunderstand prediction markets more so than any other technology, including AI, I think.
Yeah.
They think that prediction markets are essentially useless,
Gambling.
degenerate gambling. This is actually true some of the time. Like, for example, prediction markets on sports games. These are not really societally useful. But what the technology of a prediction market does is it aggregates all of the knowledge that different people have into a single probability.
Yeah.
Markets, as we know, are like among the best tools that civilization has for aggregating the knowledge of various groups of people.
100%.
For example, we have prices. So rather than like a single communist central planner deciding what to sell a computer for example, we have a market that produces a price signal based on supply and demand, based on the components of the computer and what they cost, based on competition. And so you have this extremely complex computational process that goes into producing one number, which is the price. And the same thing is the case for prediction markets, except the price represents the probability of an event happening. So it's a really useful technology for understanding the likelihood of events happening.
Yeah.
And some likelihoods or some events are really important to understand the likelihood of them happening.
Definitely.
Like, for example, the outcome of an election, or, for example, the outcome of like wars. So I've seen a lot of people critiquing prediction markets on wars. There are like poly markets on the way like certain battles in Ukraine will go. I've seen people saying this is degenerate gambling on, people dying, but it really isn't that. What it is aggregating the best known probabilities for like whether people are going to be safe in a given village in Ukraine, for example. It's extremely socially useful to these people.
It can be socially useful. I think both things can be completely true. I mean, as a fan, I come from the whole blockchain world, and one of the big reasons I like markets, and especially like having markets that a lot of people can participate in, it's a way to make things a lot more democratized. You can get a lot of people's opinions, you can get a lot of people's information, and actually get more accurate information from a collective mass. It's one of the best technologies we have for coordinating amongst us as a human species. But at the same time, gambling is a real addiction, and they are licensed for a reason. People have really strong gambling addictions, and when you can just like access it with your phone, what does that actually mean? I don't know necessarily whether these prediction markets should be the main people liable, or how we should actually be figuring this out.
Should we ban people from trading stocks too on their phones?
No, I'm not a fan of just making the rules and telling people what they can and can't do, but I think it's still at the same time, we should acknowledge the fact that these are nothing comes without a downside. And so how can we mitigate the risks as much as possible while also getting the benefits and societal benefits of getting access to such information that prior was incredibly difficult to actually get access to before? I mean, here specifically, the Wall Street Journal reports, states generally argue that prediction markets offer unlicensed sports betting operations and should be subject to state gambling regulations and taxes. I mean, other gambling, other casinos have specific licenses. You have to get a license for everything. You have to get a license for hair cutting. You have to get a license for other things. And so...
No, I totally understand having like licensed regulated gambling, but prediction markets are not gambling. Like gambling is specifically... it's specifically zero sum, and it's specifically betting on outcomes of things that are totally unimportant intrinsically. Like, for example, blackjack. You're betting on the outcome of like drawing cards out of a deck. It doesn't matter. Like the price signal doesn't mean anything.
Price signal doesn't mean anything.
With
and so for
markets,
sports,
the price signals mean something.
But
aside from sports, and yes, it is a problem that most of the volume of prediction markets is just sports.
Exactly.
Betting.
Yeah. So I was going to say, like, what is the volume of?
It's like 90% of Kalshi is sports betting.
It's like sports, and then sometimes during elections, it's voting.
But the way to address this is not by just banning the tech entirely.
If anything, Kalshi was the one who went out of their way to make sure that they're doing everything super compliant. That's why you didn't really hear about them earlier when everyone was talking about Polymarket, and Polymarket was the main prediction market. And then you're like, hey, wait, why is this Kalshi thing all of a sudden coming in? But they were like the slow burner because they cared about doing everything legally correctly. They wanted to work with compliance. They didn't want to be cutting corners. And so, purposely.
So what is the New York Attorney General actually saying here? They're asking the court to ban Kalshi from operating in New York without a gambling license and force it to forfeit all of its gains, as much as $36 billion. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's...
I hope it doesn't happen. That would be like a terrible precedent that you can just like loot all of the money that a company has ever made.
Yeah, penalties of 3 times the proceeds of all gambling activity in the state, plus $100,000 for every attempt to reach out to customers in the state.
Okay. So it proposes a state tax revenue agreement lower than that of traditional gambling, 6% rather than 23%. That seems fine. Like I understand them wanting to like tax prediction market trades. Prediction market trades, because of their utility, should be taxed a lot less than gambling earnings. New York is already one of the biggest states for online sports gambling. In 2023, mobile gambling produced $1.7 billion in gross gambling revenues, and probably a lot more than that now that these things have become more widespread.
So earlier this morning, so Friday morning, that's literally today, Kalshi sought to remove the suit to Manhattan's federal court because Manhattan's federal court would be a friendlier jurisdiction compared to the actual city. So saying that this is a federally regulated futures exchange. That's what they're trying to argue.
Which it is. It's
And the
regulated by
state
the
is likely to
CFTC.
challenge the change in venue. So, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it is a federally regulated futures exchange, and it should be treated as such.
So I asked Fable, are prediction markets illegal under New York gambling law? Short answer, it's genuinely unsettled. Loves the word genuinely.
It's genuinely unsettled.
Yeah, I'm genuinely unsettled by how much it uses that word. New York's position is that yes, they're legal gambling. The New York Constitution prohibits gambling with limited express exceptions, and the Attorney General has warned that unlicensed entities offering sports-related events contracts through purported derivative exchanges constitute gambling in violation of New York law. New York only permits sports wagering through its 9 licensed mobile operators. So they sent Kalshi a cease and desist last October, and in April, the Attorney General sued Coinbase and Gemini Titan, and today New York sued Kalshi itself. Because outcomes depend more on chance than skill. I don't know. Like, you can definitely get an edge in prediction markets in a way that you can't get an edge in roulette, because roulette is spinning a wheel and like having physics take its course. And prediction markets are like, if you understand the world better than other people, you can make more money than other people.
Totally. I guess the argument on the other end is that's not actually the main use case of prediction markets today. They mainly are still being used in more of this gambling-esque aspect.
Sports
but
bettors, yeah.
Yeah, mainly that's the majority of the actual use in it. And the promise of prediction markets isn't actually what's happening in practice. And so that's where a lot of this pushback is coming from.
Interesting. So the operator's counterargument, as we said, is federal preemption. Kalshi and others are CFTC designated contract markets, and they argue that federal law gives the CFTC exclusive jurisdiction over event contracts, not the New York state gambling laws. So far, the courts have leaned toward New York. A federal judge in Manhattan recently refused to block the state from enforcing its gambling laws against Kalshi and Polymarket, finding the state regulations are not preempted by federal authority. That's not a final ruling on the merits, though, and appeals in parallel cases are ongoing. Yeah, I think it would just be a bad precedent to shut down prediction markets. Like, these are just very socially useful technologies. I understand the concerns with them, the concerns that they become gambling platforms for useless things like sports. This is not the right way to go about addressing that.
I think what's really tough as well is if you go just beyond the prediction market, when you're trying to use any markets in general to try to figure out more information, to try to coordinate people, to try to decide where things are going, it's an incredible social coordination tool, and you can learn a lot from these types of markets. And innovations in markets are one of the first things to get sued, one of the first things to bump into all of this regulation, and rightfully so. I'm not trying to discredit any of these concerns here, but it makes it really hard to actually try to innovate in these different types of states and different types of industries. So, yeah.
Situation detected.
Situation detected. What happened? What just happened? Oh, wedding guest invite from Leopold. Are you sharing your screen?
I wish. I don't know if we have.
Do we have a time? Let's see. Let's check what our schedule is today.
I think we do.
Yeah, we got time. We got time.
Before we talk about this situation, we should talk about our sponsors.
Oh, let's do it. A quick sponsor ad read. Oh, this is so bad.
Brought to you by Arena.
Wait, really fast. Okay, wait, I need to, unfortunately, I don't have it. Brought to you by Arena. And speaking of Arena was our, I love Arena. We use them every time a big model release comes out. We try to see what their actual benchmarking is. And
we talked about them.
Measure AI performance.
Yeah, when V4 Flash came out, and just yesterday when Luna cut its prices, OpenAI cut GPT 5.6 Luna's prices. We talked about it with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world, arena.ai.
Thank you to our sponsor. Speaking of, thank you to our sponsor, Neon. You can scale your startup at Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks, neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. And
just yesterday, I got to interview someone from the team of Kong.
Put the hat on.
Oh, let's see, where's the hat? Okay, cool. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. You can connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. And they had some super interesting insights yesterday about the Hugging Face, OpenAI, and what it actually means to, why gateways are important. So go learn more at konghq.com, and you can get one of these cool hats as well while you're in it.
Also check out Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
Have you heard of AdQuick? Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Wow. Yeah, we need Sophia P to give us a soundboard.
Yeah.
Add
Sophia,
this to
there.
Sophia, add this to the design engineering wish list.
She can't hear us, but
she can't hear
maybe
us.
she watches this later.
Oh no, she has her headphones in. She can't hear us.
She has her big
well,
the cool kid headphones.
Shout out to our sponsors: Arena, Neon, 11 Labs, Databricks, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And
thank you.
Now we have a breaking situation detected, which is the Wall Street Journal just did a profile on Leopold and situational awareness. So,
and I asked you about this morning because I was like, you guys are mutuals. What does it take to actually get an invite to his wedding?
I don't know.
Should ask him.
Yeah, I mean, if we did MTS a year ago, maybe we'd all be clouded enough by now to get the invite.
To actually get the invite. We were trying to make predictions on how big we thought the wedding was going to be and who was actually going to be there and how all of the news of Leopold is actually affecting their invite guest list. Or just their, oh my God, I'm not going to lie. If this was my wedding and my husband was going through this, I would be pissed. I'm just kidding.
So another photo of Leopold. I'm trying to twink max to get to the Leopold level. I probably need to start contact maxing too instead of glasses.
Good cheekbones.
Yep. He's still 24. Oh my God.
Wow.
Okay, so when the week began, Leopold Aschenbrenner was preparing for his wedding, a multi-day celebration in Carmel with the ceremony at a Tuscan-style villa and a send-off at a spa in the forest. There would also be a pre-wedding colloquium to discuss ideas in panels and breakout sessions. So he's turning his wedding into the Emergent Ventures Unconference. That's actually that's based as fuck. Like, I'm doing this for my wedding. My wedding is going to be half wedding, half unconference. You know, obviously I'm going to be having lots of smart people at my wedding. So
yeah. I want to try to see if I can get my wedding sponsored by Arena, Neon, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick.
Yeah.
So we'll be like, thank you. We'll do it right before we give our vows.
We're
going to do a quick ad read.
These vows were brought to you by
Arena, Neon.
Yeah. Okay. So now Wall Street Journal confirms $45 billion investing powerhouse that primarily bought stocks in the AI trade. For months, the holdings of his hedge fund, Situational Awareness, shot up in value, as did Aschenbrenner's standing in the upper echelons of San Francisco's elite.
Ooh.
But by the time guests began to arrive, his fund was unraveling and Wall Street was closing in. Okay, so his wedding is currently happening now.
Wait, when did the wedding start? Because they had the pre-thing at the spa and guests are actually arriving. Oh, so as the guests are arriving, the fund was, oh my God, that's...
Yep. We talked about leverage, selling into Citadel. We talked about his background. He worked in the niche field of AI superalignment, focused on ensuring the technology didn't go rogue and destroy humanity. It's not going to be niche for long, by the way.
Yeah, it's a bad day for the...
Okay, I didn't know this.
Boxers.
After getting fired for leaking what OpenAI considered sensitive information, I knew that. But he actually talked about that in the Doorcash podcast, but I didn't know it was leaking it to Holden Karnofsky. Holden Karnofsky was a OG EA, effective altruist. He founded GiveWell, which is the EA charity evaluator that was one of the first. This is one of the first and the biggest EA charity evaluators. They recommend things that EAs should give their money to. And EAs are increasingly wealthy and powerful, so GiveWell has a lot of sway in how philanthropic dollars get donated.
Yeah, one of the
he
most...
also co-founded Open Philanthropy, which is
wow.
the biggest EA charity itself. So Holden Karnofsky co-founded GiveWell and Open Philanthropy, which is now called Coefficient Giving, which are becoming incredibly well-resourced. And his wife is Daniela Amade, who is the co-founder and president of Anthropic. And now Holden Karnofsky works at Anthropic as a member of technical staff.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, one of the most famous EAs is SBF.
Yep.
And so it is a tough day for the EAs.
Well,
But
SBF gave all of his money to GiveWell, didn't he?
yeah, he gave a lot of money to GiveWell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. When I was on campus, when I was a student, EAs was really popular. It was really popular. And for a time, it was, it was, hey, how do we actually bring math? How do we actually bring a lot of like statistics and theory behind how to do philanthropy correctly? The philanthropy world is so broken. It's not efficient, but a lot of the people, especially people with money, want to figure out a way to actually be being effective with how you try to solve some of the world's biggest problems. And so I do think a lot of the people in the EA movement came at this with a very genuine, earnest intent. It's just a shame to see how it's unfolded, and it's a bad day for the EAs.
So he's marrying Avital Balwit, who is the chief of staff to Dario. Previously, Avital was at FTX Future Fund with him. Lives in an SF mansion not far from Sam Altman, probably in Russian Hill. His investors include top AI executives at Meta, who are Nat Friedman and Daniel Gross, and the Collison brothers, who co-founded Stripe. His sweaters and dark turtlenecks added to his reputation as a reclusive oracle of AI.
What is that? What are these statements?
It's just like journos trying to be dramatic, I think.
Oh my gosh, I ChatGPT'd myself and it said I was an AI journalist, and I don't know how I got that title, but we
That's
are not
funny.
journos.
We're not journos here.
We're not
we
journos.
actually don't leak anything. Like people give us material, non-public information.
On Twitter, on X.
No, like people tell us stuff. Like there's stuff that I know that's not public, and we don't leak it because we're not journos. This is not what MTS does.
We are just monitoring the situation and reporting on the situation live as it happens. And today's situation is Leopold's wedding.
We talked about this. This week, desperate for cash, he struck a deal to unload much of his Anthropic stake to Green Oaks and Sequoia, but then backtracked. Later that day, he wrote to his investors that the firm had instead sold a portion of their public stocks in order to pay off the money it had borrowed, allowing it to keep its shares in private companies. So his Anthropic stake was so important to him that
he didn't want to sell it.
He didn't want to sell it. His
What
fund
does
was
that
down.
say? That is such a tell. That it's so important. He didn't want to sell it. He backed out, and he was planning to sell it. But he backed out.
Yep. These dynamics are essentially similar to a bank run. Vulnerability begetting more vulnerability, he wrote. Okay, so now they're talking about the Dwarkesh podcast. We went over this, actually. He grew up in Berlin and came to the U.S. for college. He started an EA club and graduated as valedictorian at 19 of Columbia.
He graduated at 19 as valedictorian at Columbia. That's impressive. There's a lot of smart people.
Aschenbrenner's time with Bankman-Fried's charitable arm does not appear on his LinkedIn page, where he once listed his nearly perfect LSAT score. Holy based. Yeah.
You know,
my SAT score is on my LinkedIn. Maybe I should remove it.
Your SAT score is on your LinkedIn?
Yeah, I need some way to signal that I'm smart because I went to a mid school.
Yeah,
I don't have Stanford. Not everyone has Stanford on their LinkedIn.
And that's exactly why I don't have my SAT score on my.
Yeah.
Nice SAT score. I'll see that and go, okay, this guy clearly needs to prove something about himself.
Did you know Business Insider did a profile on MTS a long time ago? We missed it at the time.
And they talked specifically about the fact that you have your SAT. He's young enough to have their SAT score in their bio on LinkedIn.
Yeah, they specifically found my SAT score in my bio on LinkedIn.
This is a goated LinkedIn, 67 connections, and then 6'7", and then all you have is SAT score.
Oh, interesting. He launched his hedge fund firm shortly after with Carl Schulman, who we've talked about. Schulman worked at a hedge fund run by Peter Thiel. The duo, and Graham Duncan, I don't know this guy, a well-known investor who organized the Sun Investment Conference. Do you know this guy?
Graham Duncan.
East Rock Capital.
Talent whisperer.
Graduated from Yale, worked at other investment firms. A life story in 5 chapters.
Graham Duncan.
This is kind of based, actually.
That's cool. I love websites like this.
Yeah, I really like this. This is a good website.
I want just HTML, pure HTML website.
Yeah. Their minimum check size at situational awareness is 25 million. Okay. By all accounts, he was living a charmed life in SF. He had moved into a mansion in the city's patrician Nob Hill neighborhood. At his firm's headquarters, he hosted Friday happy hours with Patel, the podcaster. I went to one of these once. It's really cool. Situational and other companies share 2 floors, an outdoor patio with couches and heat lamps, and a gym with situational awareness branded weights on the squat rack. I haven't been to the gym, but I've been to the main room.
I want the branded weights.
Leopold is like 6'4", by the way.
Is only?
I said he's like 6'4".
Oh, he's 6'4". I thought you said
6'4",
only. And I was like,
6'5".
6'4" is a proper height.
That was a proper height. Oh, Tim Ferriss was the one who called him the Nostradamus of AI.
Okay, we were trying to see who said that earlier because Wall Street.
Ashton-Brenner's bets did look prescient. What do you mean for a time they did look prescient? They still look prescient.
Yeah.
He was a little over leveraged and the stocks have gone down a little bit, but his bets are obviously prescient.
Yeah.
Like, come on. What is wrong with journalists? Situational attraction investment from Jane Street. By the way, the insiders don't, as far as I know, they don't call it situational. They call it SALP.
And it's right here. Their office is really close to ours.
This is true. Their office is quite close to ours. We're not going to dox them, though.
We won't talk. We won't dox. And we won't dox where we are either. Don't come find us. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Situational awareness told prospective investors that it would invest up to 30% of the fund in private companies. It would mostly make concentrated bets on AI winners in the stock market across sectors like energy, infrastructure, software, and semiconductors. And it would borrow money to amplify positions and hedge by shorting some stocks viewed as AI losers. But it was meant to be heavily exposed to market swings. Interesting. They quickly signed up a roster of the biggest banks, including Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Bank of America, to finance and execute the firm's trades. As recently as early July, everything seemed to be going right. It was chosen to play an anchor role in the standout $27 billion U.S. listing of shares of South Korean chipmaker SK Hynix.
Wow.
Wow.
We reported that earlier, too, on South Korean chipmaker.
We did.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So they 3 to 4x leveraged, or sometimes more, their positions in these very volatile stocks, chip stocks. It also used options to amplify its returns.
Oh, gosh.
Holy based.
Oh, my God. I'm stressed. Reading this, I get stressed. I'm like, oh, I don't even know.
Advances in
so
cheaper
fragile.
open source Chinese models spooked traders and called into question where the value lies in the AI.
Okay.
They're so dumb.
So it was partly a lot because of these open source Chinese models
But why?
that spooked a lot of these traders. Because I think for the first time you're like, oh, the US and all these frontier labs have such, like they are the ones that are steering the entire market, and these are trillions of dollars at stake.
Why would that affect memory stocks though?
But these are like general traders. I don't think they think that it's a lot of narrative shifts is what shifts the market. It's not always from a technical perspective.
Okay. Over the past week, traders at major hedge funds and other firms began sharing information about their exposure, with some placing short bets against its top holdings, hoping to profit as Ashton-Brenner sold his positions to raise cash. So they freaking vultured him.
That's tough.
I guess, this is just like the reality of,
just the way it
our
is.
sick and twisted world.
Yeah.
The short bets by the rivals weighed on their portfolio. Meanwhile, tech shares like SK Hynix were sliding. All that leverage resulted in deep losses, as they intensified banks issued margin calls demanding additional collateral to stand behind their loans of stock. It met its margin calls as recently as Wednesday because they had to dump stocks and raise more capital.
Yeah.
So the first day I heard about these rumors was, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday. We didn't talk about it at the time because it was unsubstantiated.
Yeah.
But it probably happened around then. That was word on the street. On Wednesday, the Collison brothers spent several hours at their offices.
Wow.
Citadel has a history of stepping in to buy assets from troubled hedge funds. Once they became aware of the situation at Situational, that's funny, Citadel executives reached out to Ashton-Brenner, saying that the firm could be helpful if he needed ways to raise cash. So the team began negotiating with his team, holding talks that began late in the day on Wednesday and intensified in the evening. Soon another hedge fund, Millennium, got involved. They began negotiating with Situational's team as well. By the way, this is Miami. This is like an office in Brickell. Miami is a massively better city than San Francisco, by the way.
Oh, all right. All right. We can start the San Francisco hate.
Lower human capital, but the city itself is better.
Yeah. But they had to raise cash really fast. This all happened on Wednesday. And so they were exploring different ways. And they talked about selling their private investments in Anthropic. And they were pretty close to doing so and pulled out last minute. And goes to show they did not, no matter how strapped for cash you are, he's like, not going to sell these.
Okay. So Citadel received a discount of more than 10% to the market value of those shares. But it's not pennies on the dollar. It's
Yeah, 10%. Yeah, especially how it's being reported. It sounds like they just like swooped in and bought it all.
They're selling dollars for 90 cents.
Yeah, exactly. But 10%, yeah, 10% is it's a nice and hefty discount, but that's nothing absurd.
For Griffin and Citadel, the deal proved a coup, at least for a day. Many of the semiconductor and other stocks the fund purchased soared on Thursday. This is true. For Aschenbrenner, the deal meant something else, a way to stay alive. Shorn of most of its public equities, situational awareness is left with a slimmed down portfolio of stocks and stakes in startups valued at more than $10 billion. Oh my God, $10 billion.
Oh no, the slimmed down portfolio. What would we do with $10 billion?
Do you know how nuts it is that it's still $10 billion, by the way, after they only raised about $1 billion in capital back in 2024?
Yeah.
So that was less than 2 years ago. The assets under management of the fund, they 40x'd at first, 45x, but they're still up 10x in 2 years.
Still up.
Like, situational awareness is more than fine. And if they continue being leveraged long AI, they will be more than fine.
Leverage long AI, and still up 80%. So, they're completely fine. They're completely okay, and really impressive.
Whoa.
Just see.
They leaked the letter. Hold on.
Oh, while you pull that up, for some context, this is an actual letter that Leopold sent to his investors on Thursday, the day that all of the people are actually arriving to his wedding in Carmel. And so what do we have? What information do we have about this letter? Anything you can share here?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's pull up the letter.
Pull it up in a second.
Okay, maybe I'll look
It was
at the letter.
leaked by TBPN. Interesting. Here's the full letter Leopold sent to his LPs last night. Dear partners, we let you down this month. We came closer to permanent capital impairment than is acceptable to us. While we ultimately found a solution that protected the fund and you as investors, our intention in running the fund is to never find ourselves in such a position in the first place. And then the parts that we've mentioned here, this is where things stand. The portfolio experienced a significant drawdown over the course of July, which was exacerbated by extreme moves in core positions over the past week. Many AI names drew down by half or more, while our positive LS spread reversed violently. What was the LS spread?
Loss and
long short.
Long and short spread.
Yeah. Okay. While we could say much about how unusual the month was, we hold ourselves to a higher standard, irrespective of market conditions. As these moves proceeded, we started to see increasingly adverse trading in names publicly associated with us. These dynamics are essentially similar to a bank run, vulnerability begetting more vulnerability. Yep. On Wednesday night / Thursday morning, we took decisive action to protect LP capital. We traded a portion of our public portfolio in a block transaction to remove all leverage from the fund and prevent further losses. All shorts were closed and reliance on portfolio financing removed. We currently manage a fully paid for public book, long stock, and long fully paid for options with no margin / liquidation risk. This restored stability and allowed us to preserve our private positions. So yeah, they sold most of their equities to Citadel. They closed their shorts. They got rid of their margin. And they kept their private positions. To be clear, this should rightly have been a very painful month in terms of the performance of our fund. When AI stocks draw down dramatically while AI technical / business fundamentals are improving, you should expect our fund to be down a lot. We embrace volatility, but it should never jeopardize the fund.
Yeah.
The fund was not shut down, liquidated, or transformed into a private-only fund. We are continuing to operate as a hybrid public-private fund as before. Yep. However, we will manage our public book on a fully paid for basis, so no more margin.
No more leverage.
In the coming weeks, I will focus on putting in motion the necessary changes across our portfolio management, risk team, and vigilance applied across the board to ensure a higher level of resilience going forward. AI may continue to intensify market volatility for years to come. These were very expensive scars, but I'm dedicated to ensuring they will be invaluable lessons for our organization and for myself as we move forward. My core promise to you is that we will not waste the opportunity to learn from these events.
Yeah, I think that's the core thing here. AI is going to continue to intensify market volatility for years to come, and that's going to be more and more true. This is just probably the first of what we'll start to see as crazy volatile swings in the AI market.
This is the most interesting part. On the portfolio itself, we are very optimistic about the current investment opportunity set. The underlying fundamentals are accelerating at the very same time that prices have declined significantly. That's what we've been saying.
Long AI.
Thank you for your patience and your partnership. I am fully invested alongside you. Virtually all of my capital is in the fund. Yeah, wow. So he believes his own stuff. Virtually all of his capital is in the fund.
Hopefully, he can still pay for this wedding.
I don't know. I'm sure his wife can pay for the wedding.
Yeah.
You know, she has probably 9 figures of Anthropic equity.
Wow.
As an interim update, our current unaudited estimate of net month-to-date performance is minus 67%, and of net year-to-date performance is plus 80%. Again, 80% year-to-date is incredible, even if it's not 450% year-to-date.
It's like, oh, they're down this much, but they're still up 80%.
SPY year-to-date is up 9%.
Yeah. So the month-to-date performance is down 67%, but the year-to-date performance is up 80%.
The NASDAQ year-to-date is up 12%. And situational awareness, after getting blown the hell up by leverage, is up 80%.
Wow.
All the best, Leopold.
Good news, he's going to be A-okay.
Leopold apology form.
Yeah. I respect that he takes full accountability here. What did he say? I like this tweet. Still up. Yeah, it's still up 80% year to date. Reason for behavior. I respect Leopold. I will not dismiss future warnings about AGI, compute, and national security dynamics. Signed.
Yeah.
Respected.
The Leopold apology form, like the apology form meme is so funny. But anyway, yeah, that's our Leopold. We'll continue updating as more situations come out.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I just saw this tweet on my feed. San Francisco median rent for a 2-bedroom hits over $6,000 a month.
Oh my God.
Up 26% year over
That's
year.
awful. What's a 1-bedroom up? 22% still.
23%.
Gosh.
It's just, this is like the most absolutely brutal demonstration of supply and demand.
Yeah.
Is like what happens when you massively increase demand and increase supply basically not at all.
And the Safeway homes, they want to be building all of these new homes in the marina. Did you see all that blow up of the people who showed up to shut it down? It was like, you had 100.
Looking at the Zumper rent report. Holy shit. Oh my, look at this.
Wow, that's nuts.
Wow, so San Francisco 2-bedrooms are more expensive than New York now. And it's crazy.
25% year-over-year growth compared to New York, 4%.
It's crazy how these urban agglomeration effects work, where in America, like if you are a very ambitious person, unless you're in a specialized industry of some kind, like oil maybe, you will probably end up in one of two places.
Yeah.
You'll probably end up in New York or San Francisco. And so as a result, the rents here get concentrated very highly compared to everywhere else. New York, you see 1-bedroom is 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom are $4,500 and $5,400. And in SF, it's $4,100 and $6,000. And then one step down from that, the third most expensive place is way less expensive. It's $2,900.
Wow.
A full $1,200, $1,300 less.
Cheaper than SF
Than
in
SF
New York.
for 1-bedroom.
And it's so hard to just build new housing in San Francisco, even though the Safeway housing plan is so controversial. You had all of these marina residents who actually showed up to a town hall to block this plan, saying that they didn't want it happening. This is all over my feed earlier this week.
Even San Jose is much cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Who wants to live in San Jose?
That's nice. It's nice if you have like a family or if you work in the South Bay.
I'm from the Bay. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's crazy. Like Oakland, for example, is like way cheaper.
Yeah, well, than
SF. It's literally
sense.
$2,000 a month cheaper for a 1-bedroom. It's half the price.
San Francisco is so tiny too. San Francisco is a tiny little city.
800,000 people.
Yeah,
Which is, for a city of its global importance, is quite small, really.
definitely.
New York is 8 million people. I know it's not a direct comparison. Maybe a better one would be SF versus Manhattan, but even Manhattan is twice the population of SF.
And it's so hard to build housing in San Francisco. You got a lot of NIMBYs, not in my backyard, and just the land here. There's permits for everything in San Francisco. If you want to have a live music after 8 p.m. at your restaurant, you have to get a specialized permit just for that. And so imagine trying to actual permits for housing, what's actually required.
Brutal. And then, you take a look at what rents cost in real America. In, Akron, Ohio, it's $800 a month for a 1-bedroom.
Hey,
shout out to Akron.
Our producer lives out there somewhere in Ohio.
I thought you were from Columbus.
Maybe Columbus, Ohio, but maybe we should all just move monitor the situation from Columbus. But that's the thing.
One of the people on our team lives in Columbus, Ohio. You know, he's probably balling out right now.
He could have a whole mansion.
Pays $1,000 for rent, or maybe he probably like splits a 2-bedroom with a friend and pays like $500-$600 a month, which is, I'll tell you, it's a lot less than I pay for rent in SF.
Wow, I know. I feel so lucky. I got a 1-bedroom in San Francisco right before everything popped.
Yeah, me too. They
so
still raise
holding
my rent,
on. Hopefully mine is rent controlled, or else I'll.
Yeah, this is just about the most expensive rent in the world. There's like this cost of living index site on Numbeo. It's a really cool website. You can see how things cost differently in different cities.
Switzerland.
But if you just look at rent, New York and San Francisco are the most expensive cities in the world.
In the whole world, right following Cayman Island.
Mm-hmm. And then the cheapest is like Agra, India, which is 50 times cheaper than New York and 40 times cheaper than SF.
And Bangladesh.
If you want cheap places to digital nomad, India.
Egypt, super cool housing stuff that they do internally, and how the government supplies a lot of the housing there. It's great. Lots of refugees are in Egypt, and so they want to make sure that housing and housing supply is plentiful. They're always innovating and building new housing there.
Xi'an, China. I've been.
Xi'an, China.
It's really great. I would totally nomad there. It's a great city.
It's so funny. I'm reading all of these. I was like, oh, I've nomad in all of the places with the cheap rent.
Yeah.
I was like,
really, in Bangladesh?
Not Bangladesh, but yeah, my boyfriend did grow up in Bangladesh for 4 years, so
wow,
he would know.
Interesting. I do know a lot of people who like spend time in India, in Africa, and whatnot, even though they're not like ethnically from there. They just they spent part of their childhood there.
Like you said, we're having a big concentration of all of the young, ambitious people in either New York or San Francisco. That's where you come out.
Yep.
That's what people say. I have a lot of friends who are all out here in San Francisco, and they have no plan, no nothing, but their whole theory is if you just stay here while everything is happening with AI and you're exposed to it, this will 10x your long-term
This is basically
opportunities.
Basically true, I think.
100%. One of the biggest impacts it can make for your future is deciding what city you end up living in as a young person.
Unfortunately, this is the best one in the world.
Sure is. That's why we're here, and that's why we have to chronicle everything that's happening with the singularity from San Francisco. No other place to be doing that.
Yep.
Except for our poor time zone. That is the downside. We wake up and
it is a little annoying. It's like it's very different compared to like Europe, compared to Asia. But anyway.
Should we just go through a few of the last 2 stories really fast?
Yep. Moonshot's Kimi uses a 20,000 NVIDIA chip cluster from Alibaba. Chinese AI champion Moonshot has a computing power agreement with Alibaba for the use of around 20,000 NVIDIA chips.
Yeah.
Which NVIDIA chips, though, matters a lot. If these are the export control compliant versions like the H20 or the non-export control compliant versions that they're not supposed to have, like the GB300.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the US for years restricted China's access to NVIDIA chips. And to the tools needed to make its own AI processors as well.
These chips are from NVIDIA's earlier generation of Hopper products, which is the H100, the H200, the H20. The top processors from that lineup have always required an export license, while less advanced models, the H800 and the H20, were at one point legal to ship freely, but now need a green light from Washington. Multiple people close to Moonshot said the agreement is specifically for H200 chips, which they're not supposed to have. Though Alibaba disputed that. Of course they did. You know, Alibaba has business connections with the US. They sell American depository receipts on the US stock market.
They're
They did not deny the company supplies 20,000 NVIDIA chips of compute capacity to Moonshot and declined to comment on what chips form the basis of the agreement. Alibaba, by the way, is a major investor in Moonshot. The U.S. has issued licenses for some direct H200 sales to China, a major policy reversal under Trump. But a senior U.S. official recently said only a trivial number have actually been shipped with those permits. The whole history of U.S. trade restrictions and export controls on China is so weird because it's Trump was the first president to really crack down on this stuff during his first term. And then Biden continued a lot of this stuff. And then Trump basically decided to roll back some of it and double down on other things. Like, for example, he really doubled down on tariffs on China.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he rolled back export controls on frontier AI compute to China.
Yeah, Chinese cloud companies have sometimes worked around the U.S. controls by accessing restricted chips owned by foreign firms in overseas locations, and that's generally allowed, right? And then they release that compute as part of their own cloud. Yeah, and we still don't know where this physically is, where the physical location of all this compute that Alibaba provides to Moonshot is. I wonder what Fable thinks. Like, where is the location that Fable thinks?
I don't know about Moonshot, where their data centers are, but Deepseek is building a giant data center complex in Ulaanbaatar, Inner Mongolia, which is this city in Inner Mongolia, northwest of Beijing.
Inner Mongolia. Yeah, this is going to be
The Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region is part of China.
new data center hub.
Yeah, maybe.
Spotted.
Interestingly enough, AI 2040 talks about building American data centers in Mongolia.
Mongolia and Canada. And then
Mongolia.
having the Chinese ones in Canada.
Yes.
So we can watch each other. We can be closely like, hey, we're watching.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to ask Fable 5 where it thinks moonshots are.
U.S. officials also believe DeepSeek has Blackwell chips, which again, they're not supposed to have. How do they have them anyway? Because of two things. One is chip smuggling, where chips are directly brought into China when they're not supposed to be. And the other is just putting these clusters in a third country like Thailand and having these Chinese companies just directly access them from there.
Yeah, exactly. And then you don't have to report them the same way.
Yep. But it is strange that like NVIDIA could, you'd think, just put like a GPS tracker of some kind that automatically bricks the chips if they're brought into China.
Yeah, so they can know.
But
yeah.
they don't do that.
Maybe this Mongolia, Canada proposal would be kind of interesting. You can actually get an ability to track easier where your competition, where the foreign nationals are supplying their chips. Interesting. Should we share our last story? I have it here. I have it pulled up right now. We got Tesla weighs sale of China business to pave way for potential SpaceX merger. The U.S. automaker could sell or spin off the business in its second largest market over geopolitical concerns. And so, fascinating. Yeah, earlier today, Elon Musk designed Tesla's China business to easily be separated from its U.S. business because of geopolitical tensions. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And they might actually proceed with the SpaceX merger. Musk in recent years instructed Tesla executives to organize the company with a laser between its U.S. and China business, according to people familiar with the planning. He wanted to ensure that the event of geopolitical strife between the two countries, at least in the U.S. half of the Tesla, would survive. Yeah. Let's see what people on X are saying about this. We have, it's a record IPO. Yeah. Musk has talked about the crossover potential between both companies in recent months as he reorganizes them around artificial intelligence projects. Investors and analysts have embraced the idea of a merger following a record-setting IPO for SpaceX. And so, I guess investors, analysts, they want this merger to actually happen after this record-setting IPO. Makes sense. And then just last week, Musk said, obviously, we can't share if we're combining these companies or not on these earnings calls, but this has to be done with appropriate processes. Makes sense. I guess we'll find out. What do you think? Think this is actually going to happen?
It is strange to me that Elon, for the longest time, deliberately separated all of his companies.
Yeah.
And now he wants to merge everything into SpaceX AI.
SpaceX AI.
Yeah, I don't know what changed there.
New domain name.
New domain name.
Yeah.
We're calling it SpaceX.
SpaceX. It's going to be the name of his next kid.
Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult for the same company to have, like they make rockets for the government. This is, one step off from making missiles.
Yeah.
At SpaceX, for example, you basically can't work there unless you are a US citizen or maybe a green card. And then Tesla, of course, has this huge business in China, our chief geopolitical adversary. Without Tesla in China, by the way, they would have been pretty behind on EVs, but Chinese EVs are really incredible, in part thanks to the knowledge brought over from Tesla.
Yeah, I guess it's important to realize that it's pretty common for companies in the US to have plans in place for their China businesses. Similarly, Starbucks is another US company that spun out of China recently. They sold a huge majority stake of its China business. What did they actually sell? Let's check that out. Yeah. They did a joint venture with private equity firm for more than 8,000 stores. So yeah, they sold a huge stake in China businesses as well. Pizza Hut did that. KFC, they all spun off its China unit. So yeah, it's not super rare to have a contingency plan in place for China.
KFC is huge in China, by the way. I went to KFC in China in a train station, and it was pretty good. Pretty good? They had KFC egg custard tarts. I think this was in Shenzhen or Guangzhou.
That sounds delicious.
Yep.
All right. I think those are most of our stories today on Friday, July 31st, 2026.
No, we have one more.
Oh, we have one more story that we want to share. This is exciting. It's fun because we've been doing this now. It's been an hour and a half of us reporting on our morning stories. And as we're here, we live will tell you when new things comes up. And so you get to monitor the situation live with us. So Theo, want to report on our last story of the day. What is that story?
Our last story of like this hour. There's going to be more.
Dylan Patel.
Dylan Patel of SemiAnalysis, friend of the show.
Big friend of the show.
Raising a fund targeting $400 million. A new venture capital fund called SemiAnalysis Capital Fund 1. This was always kind of inevitable, right? Like, was SemiAnalysis really going to stick to like research and newsletters and models for financial companies forever? Or are they going to branch out into, making money themselves from all of this research that they're doing?
Good for Dylan Patel.
The Information reported in February that Patel's firm SemiAnalysis, which writes SemiAnalysis, was considering raising hundreds of millions to invest in startups. Patel has stakes in 20 or so startups, including Miramarati's Thinking Machines, and Chip Startup, and Fabrica. Patel previously raised a $50 million SPV to invest in FluidStack. Wow.
Nice. We were just at the FluidStack Mixer last week, and I just saw David. Yeah, I just saw all of them there.
So, yeah, not much information yet, but really interesting. I wonder, are there any other companies out there that are building a brand on research and information sharing that could raise a fund? That should start.
I'm just kidding. No, this is not an eventual advice we're going to get. We're not saying anything. This is our personal commentary. I'll be our compliance officer live on MTS as we
you're probably
as we
used to this stuff from crypto. Oh, I saw a meme that you might like. It was like, remember they were talking about cutting the prices of Luna?
Yeah.
It was like
oh God.
I'm getting PTSD from hearing like the price of Luna has been cut by 80%.
I can't. Yeah, don't tell me anything.
Yeah, hearing 80% price decrease on Luna and 20% drop on Terra activated my PTSD pretty hard.
Literally, when I first hear these, it's so bad. I have to remind myself, okay, these are model names. These are model names. Tell myself over and over, this is not crypto. We're not in 2022. Life has changed. We have evolved since then.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think now we're done for the moment.
But yeah,
we'll
exciting for Dylan Patel and SemiAnalysis. And so this $400 million venture capital fund, big congratulations to all of them. This is a great move and super excited.
Yep.
And with that is all of our morning situation for July 31st, Friday. We'll be back with later today on MTS with more news.
we are back. We're live with Bijan Tavasoli, who is a German American independent researcher who writes about AI. He writes about hardware. He writes about German politics. So actually, first, Bijan, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll actually start with the last thing, which is German politics. Very few people have talked about this for some reason, but like the earliest public appearance of Leopold Aschenbrenner that I was able to find, at least, was him at the age of 14 in 2016 speaking at the German Green Party's national conference. So how do you think that came to be? How do you think that has shaped Leopold's worldview?
Well, obviously, I tuned into MTS yesterday and was surprised to see that because I was active in the German political scene at the time. And I think one thing that you were maybe missing there is that it wasn't that unusual. For example, his UBI proposal, that's something that came to the US later, but in Germany, that was well within the mainstream of the Green Party, or at least the youth wing. And they themselves were like the dominant force in high schools and colleges, a bit like, not being for Donald Trump in 2016 in a US college campus. So it wasn't unconventional, it was very conventional. And that's maybe, maybe some viewers haven't seen the video, but he's talking about autonomous driving and how that is impacting jobs and how so in the long term we need UBI. The thing is, I've always been opposed to that position for a plenitude of reasons that might change. But at that time, I thought that we needed to create jobs and fulfilling jobs. But most of all, that the problem wasn't that people weren't going to drive anymore, because Germany does have truck drivers, cab drivers, and so on, just like every other country on earth. But the special thing about the German industry at that time was one of the world's largest car making industries, and the supply chains related to that. That's now not gone, but it's on the way out. And I think that's in large part due to the policies we've seen over the last 10 years, the lack of capital investments, and also a hostility to progress and innovation in German society, not just politics, but also in corporate environments.
Interesting. Is there any, to the extent that is there like effective altruism presence in Germany? Is this sentiment widespread?
Up to a couple of years ago, it wasn't widespread anywhere. There's certainly some meetups or something, maybe at universities, but it wasn't something that was particularly widespread. What was widespread was environmentalism and the Fridays for Future movement and so on. And in I think some parts of EA and the whole alignment community does go in the same direction, right? So when you had an argument with someone who was telling you the first thing is to stop climate change. If we don't stop climate change, then we're all going to die. That sounds,
sounds familiar.
And then you'll be like, yeah, but like it's cold here in northern Germany. Couple of degrees more, it's not going to hurt that much. And we're heat stroke and we'll all be dead. And unless we move to the Arctic. And then you propose something frivolous, like we could just install AC units. And they'll be like, no, that
don't do that in Germany.
Climate change. No, it's terrible. CO2 emissions. How can you do that? AC, that's terrible. We must weather the heat. And, in theory, it's true that AC units do increase electricity consumption, and some of that electricity is generated from fossil fuels like natural gas. Incidentally, due to the decision to phase out the nuclear power plants in Germany. But, that's true. But it's a very diffuse contribution. And it's a solution to the problem of not being able to work or live in a place where it's too hot, it works elsewhere, and it's not going to have like a cycle of self-reinforcing cycle to where climate change gets even worse. And it's just the principled opposition to this, and you can't stop something bad with something else that's also bad. Sometimes you can. I think technological progress is defined by finding other technological solutions, and of course social solutions, to problems that come up through technological progress. And I think the same, the idea of keeping everything frozen in place, the world is exactly as it is before something changes, whether the climate or the technology. But then, obviously things break. If the society doesn't change, if it has to adjust. And if you remember just a couple of years ago, everyone was worried about political use and misuse of deepfakes. It's going to ruin everything. And you're going to see politicians saying things that are not true. And society is going to be destabilized. We haven't really seen that happen, even though the technology certainly is there. You can do voice clones. You can do, well, sometimes it's locked, but if you have jailbroken models, you can generate convincing images and videos of political figures. But I think the larger problem is that people just don't believe anything that comes out of the mouth of a politician anymore, right? So it's not going to destabilize the society if that's possible now. And also we have had very simple countermeasures, like the community nodes on Facebook, for example, on X, for example. I'm not sure if Facebook has copied them yet. Those aren't like big changes. You could say they should have been there before, but they certainly help prevent the spread of AI-generated deepfakes or something of that kind.
So do you think that Leopold's effective altruist ideology has anything to do with the Green Party ideology? Because I see people draw these comparisons a lot, but they seem quite different. Like effective altruism, for example, most EAs are pretty strong capitalists. They're very pro-growth, whereas like German Green Party people are anti-capitalist, they're anti-growth. So how do you?
Well, they're not necessarily anti-capitalist, but they certainly are anti-growth. That's a difference. I think I'm not sure if he's still a member, but
not likely.
Let me just check. I think I have a link. He was the webmaster of some Green Party politicians. Oh yeah, he's still listed as the webmaster for a member of parliament here. Funny. Send you the link. So I don't think he's still doing that. But if you scroll down on that site, it says site design by Leopold Aschenbrenner. Yeah. So I think the underlying mode of thinking that everything, the status quo, it's politician in Berlin, Green Party politician. So you apparently work for that guy.
Why is it in English? Oh, because it auto-translated, because Google Translate. Okay.
Interesting. So it feels like maybe the Green Party was just the most aligned with his views at the time, and he sort of like graduated from it into effective altruism.
It was a default choice for kids in school, especially in Berlin at that time.
Yep. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then I guess you realize that politics, or at least party politics in Germany, is not where you can really change the world. Mm-hmm. Everyone tells you that when you grow up, if you want to change things, do it in politics. But once you go to a couple of party conferences, I guess everywhere, and then you see old boomers discussing their favorite topics, and nothing gets concluded by, the end of the meeting, let alone any political action initiated. At some point, you start questioning whether that's the best way to spend your time. Yeah. And I think something like, EA people telling him, hey, no, there's other ways. That's very attractive.
Right. So tell us about this thing that you sent me previously, which we'll get up on the screen share.
Well, that's just like quickly create a demo app. So the idea, I mean, let me first tell you about why I think we need a different way of programming and coding. And this is just a small illustration. So I think LLMs have really introduced something new that's at least as big as the change when network calls and internet integration became fundamental to all kinds of apps, not just networked apps. So, for example, we had async await in Python. I'm not sure if anyone here still uses Python, but that was something where a simple paradigm was introduced to allow people that were not focused on that area, didn't have any distributed systems knowledge, to use and integrate network calls into their apps. And obviously, network calls have a very different latency from using even your hard drive or memory, so you have to program differently. And now LLMs have a similar latency. They are network calls, LLM API calls are network calls. And if you want to integrate them into your code, then you have to have a different paradigm on how to code. And so I've been working in legal AI in Germany and Europe. And obviously, we had a lot of custom applications where we integrated different data sources and used inference. And it became a lot of spaghetti code that's difficult to maintain. And if you want to change the prompts or you want to change what model you use for certain API calls, it's very difficult because you basically have computer code, whatever language you use, and then you have this foreign object, which is the string essentially of a prompt. And if you're working at a more advanced level, you usually have a prompt template, right? And so to integrate those two is difficult. And that's basically how we started coming up with what became Magic, a way to integrate templated prompts, and not just the prompt, but also the surrounding parameters, if you want to set them into regular code, and to really integrate that on the primitive level of computer programming language. So you have atoms and molecules composed out of atoms, and each atom has one, or at most one, LLM API invocation, right? And whatever you do with the results, you can use structured output to have it flow into a different atom or into some other output. And this really allows you to do some interesting things. And this example, obviously, is just something I quickly typed up. And yeah, we all know the problem. You haven't caught up with the TV show recently. Well, at least I have that problem. And then you want to continue watching it, but you just don't remember where you were at. And either you skip a couple of episodes, and then that's full of spoilers, or you start in the wrong season and waste your evening. So to solve that, we can just try to ask spoiler-free questions, and that are dynamically generated on the fly, right? You can obviously do this with any LLM chat even, but the idea is that this has like a system where it narrows down the possible episodes. If you just type in some TV show and then
all right, we'll do Euphoria.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm not sure if that's going to work.
Really? Why not?
Okay, yeah, but try it.
Okay, we'll try it. Find where I stopped. It was in season 3, but we'll try it in hard mode. I'm not going to tell it anything. This is preparing the series map.
So
yeah,
why is it difficult? Because I tried to base it up on subtitles, but because I just drew it up basically essentially before coming on here. So I don't think we have subtitles for Euphoria. So it's basically working off the LLM's memory, where the knowledge cutoff is possibly overlapping with some more recent episodes.
Yeah, well, the season 3 just came out a couple months ago.
Yeah, so that's outside of the training window. And obviously, apparently, that has to prepare. But the idea is that you can integrate them into an app that's not a chat app or an agent app. And this is something that's going to take off, I think, starting in September, because Apple will give you a quota of free, basically frontier tokens. I think it's Gemini 3.1 Pro or 3.6 Flash that's going to be included for every user to use on apps they download from the App Store. Some restrictions, it's not for big developers, but then these developers can, at no cost to them, integrate inference into their apps, right? And that will, I presume, see an explosion of innovative applications, because obviously there's a competition for your quota. And
there we go. Where you stopped, was this the situation? Oh, I see. So there's different answers other than yes or no.
Yeah, and you can type something in too.
I think I remember this. Updating the estimate.
Ooh, that narrows it down.
This definitely happened. Definitely happened. Where you stopped was this situation. I watched past there, but yeah, this had happened. This happened. Updating the estimate. Only 5.
So all the questions and answers are dynamically generated, right?
But to avoid spoilers.
Yeah.
Including but like I had a really good plan how to do that, but that didn't really work out. So like eventually you're gonna have the mode where you can select no spoilers. It's going to take like 10 times longer in some cases.
Yeah.
So there's maybe some spoilers, but that's okay.
Yeah, interesting.
This happened. Maddie arrived at school and knows what. Wasn't this Cassie? I think this was Cassie. We found it. Likely stopping point: season 1, episode 2 to season 1, episode 4.
Wow, nice.
No, I stopped in season 3. Maybe it just doesn't know that season 3 exists.
That's what I'm saying. That's because I can look into the traces. Maybe I think there was like, what is it doing under the hood? How it got here? Like there's like a small section at the bottom.
Oh,
no,
there it is.
Yeah. And that's like all the inference calls and
interesting.
But yeah, you see some of that is spoiler gated, so it didn't ask those questions. The problem in this case is that it doesn't have the subtitles, because the best way of having like an episode internal view, but also per episode, is to just give parts of the subtitles with timestamps. So then you can have a timestamp place, and it can eventually tell you we're in like the first half of that episode. Obviously, that's what you need for movies too. So I think it's an interesting thing that you can't really do with classical code, at least not without spending an inordinate amount of time on building that and updating that, and which you can like easily in like 30 minutes sketch out with LLMs. If you use not just LLMs for vibe coding the app, but you also use LLM inference at runtime. So where everyone's transition to moving LLMs in coding, but we're not using LLMs in the runtime environment as much as we could. And I think that's where some of the biggest innovations will happen, because some examples are just better suited for solving them at runtime, and it just makes everything much easier to do. Now, the obvious question is, why don't you just use an agent? Why don't you just use Claude Code? And in this case, for example, you could have gone to Claude Code and it could have downloaded the subtitles and done all of that, essentially. The thing is, if you're working with production systems, then either you sandbox it off or you restrict all kinds of tools, and you're still not really sure if you can ensure that it doesn't somehow break out of the sandbox or execute something that it shouldn't, delete a database, something like that. So I think if you know the structure of what you want, then to write a task-specific harness essentially makes it safe to execute in environments where it otherwise wouldn't be, because you just know from what the capabilities are at each step of the way that you give the agent that it can't do that. The only thing it can do with the database is append some data to a certain row, for example. So it can still screw up, but you can reason about how it might screw up and how it can't screw up. And the other thing is, of course, that if you look at the traces, you have much more structured traces that allow you to prioritize certain aspects for automation in traditional code, which makes it faster and potentially more error-free and also cheaper to run, right? So if you see that essentially it's always giving you one of three scenarios, then you can look into that and see, okay, we write some heuristic to decide which of these three scenarios it is. And then eventually you will codify into traditional code more and more of your application logic. But you can start out with a skeleton, and then it's already running and live, and you're collecting data and know what the parts are that you need to optimize. And then obviously, if you're working at scale, then that's something that's important, because optimization is, you want things to be faster and better, and you have developer resources that you can pour into that.
Yeah. Well, really interesting, Bijan. Thank you so much for joining us on MTS.
Thanks, Bijan.
Yeah, thank you for doing this, because no one is covering what's happening in Germany with what happens with Leopold's background in Germany. And so I think everyone in Germany has to tune in. I just have to say, it's unbelievable how knowledgeable Theo is about German politics and the German society, for just having been here like twice.
Once.
And so.
Yeah, I need to go really bad.
I appreciate it. Well, thanks, Bijan. We'll be right back.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
All right, we are live with Ahmed Osman, who is the founder and CEO of Osmantic AI, accelerating open source and self-hosted AI. We have a really interesting development in open source and self-hosted AI today. So,
Yeah.
Ahmed, welcome to MTS.
Thanks, Theo. Very happy to be here. So I started being I started working in the open source / local AI space in 2023. And earlier this year, I had the prediction that by the end of 2026, we would have a model of equivalent intelligence as similar to Opus 4.5 running on a single RTX Pro 6000. That's the GPU that used back then when I was making that tweet to be about like $10,000. Today, we got Deepseek V4 Flash. The earlier version that came out a few months ago was preview. This is the actual first iteration of it that is not in preview or beta. And clearly, it's punching above its weight. It's about 70% smaller than GLM 5.2, which just came out like a month ago, and it's doing better than it. It's doing better than Opus 4.6 actually, and it would easily run on a single DGX Spark that is $5,000, and that's frontier level intelligence that we had just 6 months ago, maybe 8 months ago. It's almost August, running at home. So open source and local AI are, much further than Llama 2, which a lot of people, when we talk about local AI, think of, 2024, when it wasn't that good. We're pretty much at a point where we are competing with frontier intelligence, whether you're just self-hosted for enterprises running something like Chemicase 3, which, requires some beefy data center like hardware, or you're running something as similar to Opus 4.6, which everybody loved 6 months ago and was writing poems about. And you can run that on a $5,000 machine right now.
Yeah.
Well, one of the big developments that happened today in open source is the full version of DeepSeek V4 Flash being released. It substantially outperforms the preview version of DeepSeek V4 Pro. It seems like quite a good model. It's incredibly cheap. It is, 14 cents per million input, 28 cents per million output tokens.
Yeah.
So incredibly cheap and a very good model. So what do you make of this?
I think the economics are starting to look very different right now. I mean, yesterday we had the discounts from OpenAI, right? We saw how much cheaper they have gotten on the API on input and output millions of tokens, right? So it's pretty much down by 700%, if I remember correctly, and it's we're starting to see the economics of other non I want to say this in a good way. So the closed labs that you were in control of the frontier intelligence are no longer the only players there. It's no longer just Anthropic and OpenAI. We now have Moonshot AI. We now have ZAI. These people are coming and they are providing others with the weights for their models to run, self-hosted or on dedicated hardware. So there's competition, and competition is good for everybody, right? So OpenAI is doing more and more inference optimization, which is leading them to cut costs. Now we have something like this, Deepseek V4 Flash, which is on par with ChatGPT Luna, like the 5.6 GPT 5.6 Luna, and it's cheaper than it. So the more options that the people have to use, the better we're all are. And here's really what I think is the game changer. Impact per parameter is something that I have been focused on for the last couple of years, and we're seeing a trend where open source models becoming more and more efficient. That 70% drop in size for the quality of output, for token quality and intelligence quality, is becoming something that we're getting used to in the space, right? It happened before with GLM, a year ago we only had GLM 4.5, and it could barely survive working with Claude Code, and people were starting to say, okay, it's open source models, getting closer and closer. Right now, they are literally competing on the same landscape, right? And they're cheaper. And if you decide to self-host them for yourself, It's also part of why there's a push for banning open source models and regulatory capture, because some labs are afraid of if these models continue to grow in this fashion, and I believe that they will. Where is the moat, or where is the where is that $1 trillion valuation for Anthropic? Is it still there? I don't think it's still there. Right? It doesn't make any sense. You have Fable 5 intelligence and Kimi Key 3, and you can download that. So that's the reason behind regulatory capture, or the messaging behind banning open source.
I'm not convinced that Kimi K3 is actually Fable level. It's quite a bit behind on Epoch Capabilities Index. It's quite good at certain agentic coding tasks. It's definitely not as generally intelligent of a model.
And that's the point. The point is we're getting closer and closer. It doesn't necessarily have to beat it on every level or on every task, but we're getting closer and closer. This was not possible a year ago. So where does open source AI go from here? And you have to, go ahead.
Well, so I guess we hear a lot about the eventual importance as well of local LLMs, for things like privacy. What is the point where running an LLM locally would make sense, and it would be strictly essential, for you to have your own sovereignty, basically?
I think right now any business should be looking into building their own infrastructure and controlling it end to end. We are moving towards smaller and more efficient and specialized models, depending on the workflows of these businesses or these organizations, and they need to think about long term. We know that we're currently in the subsidized era of tokens. We are in the DoorDash, no margins and Uber free rides era of LLMs, and that will come to an end. And also, you have to consider that when we're paying for these subscriptions or these APIs, we are allowing these labs to go raise on leverage that they have these subscribers so that they can go build more data centers. And then these data centers are stopping consumers or people that want to control their infrastructure from actually acquiring the hardware, because it's more expensive and it's the supply is basically limited. It's scarce. So stop paying them for tokens. Go control your own infrastructure. Build something that you can control end to end. I mean, you go read the fine print of Cloud Code license and agreement. It's basically telling you that we are grabbing, and we're basically everything that you're sending them, they have access to. I mean, we have seen them, Figma making a deal with Anthropic, and then Figma CEO coming out to make a comment about how Anthropic was this and that. And I don't want to get into that part, but what I'm trying to say is, ultimately, you're giving them your intellectual property, and you're giving them something that is so valuable for your business for free. And you're thinking that it's just because it's seamless that they're not analyzing that. They're training their models in that, and they can do stuff with that, and they can try to get into your business and take away from your model based on that.
Yeah. So how important is it then that people also control and invest in their own hardware? And is this really feasible given the scarcity of compute right now? What kinds of businesses or people would be best suited to do this?
I mean, we're dealing at Osmantic, we're dealing with enterprises that are multi-billion dollars to businesses that are, small businesses. And we're seeing requests from everybody asking about how can we go about this, right? Uber came out earlier this year in March and said we ran out of we ran through our budget for the year for tokens. I think Uber would have been better off building their infrastructure and using that $1 billion or however much in building a data center to run Kimi K3 on right now. They would have been way better off. Every business needs to think in the same way, and I honestly do the scale does not matter. We are getting intelligence since Quinn 3.5 came out, the 27 billion parameter model, and we have seen a jump in intelligence and performance from one generation of models to the next when it comes to open source LLMs out there, and it will continue to level up this way until it's pretty much it's gonna equal out to the frontier intelligence, because we labs can use Kimi K3 right now to generate synthetic data and we, when we're talking about small and specialized models for businesses, we're talking about capturing traces from what's going on in these businesses, their workflows, what their employees do, and then generating data based on that to allow us to train something more smaller and specialized for them based on these workflows. That's going to be the trend going forward. And I have been telling people to acquire hardware for the past 2 years. I have a famous tweet with like a 14 RTX 3090 in my basement since 2024, and it's because I knew it was going to get more and more expensive, and the sooner the better. And if you wait until next year, you're going to pay more. Like it's scarce and there's a demand for it. It's a utility. It's something that is becoming a utility. I call intelligence like a civilizational infrastructure that everybody needs to have access to. That's what open source allows us to do. Now it comes down to how soon do you want to be in control of that infrastructure for yourself, and it's becoming easier and easier. We have like a full stack end-to-end deployment system for everything related to LLMs that configures even your search engine when you're using Cloud Code or like Open Code. It's called ODS. It's Apache 2.0 licensed. Anybody can use it right now on their DGX Sparks or in GPUs or on their MacBooks, and it configures everything for you. It finds out the best model to use in your machine. It sets that up for you. It connects a search engine for you with your Open Code or Cloud Code or your favorite agent. It allows you to install Hermes agent. Allows you to install agents, a chat interface, RAG. Basically, the whole full stack of local AI. We're trying right now at Semantic with LDS, and again, open source, Apache 2.0. Any business can go fork it and run it themselves. But the whole idea is that there's an infrastructure when we're using Cloud Code or Codex CLI, for example, right? When people are using that at home, they are using a tool that they are messaging, but there's also a search engine and web scrapper behind that. There are proxies. There are so many layers to that infrastructure, and that's what we're trying to solve right now.
Yeah. So you're talking about computer parts going up. It's time for my favorite story again. Do you remember my favorite story about this?
Let's hear it.
Well, I bought 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM for my PC last September, less than a year ago, for I think it was about $200.
200?
Yeah, 200. Maybe it was a little more, 270.
Yeah. You've made money, man.
Yeah. It was 205. And the same exact RAM on Amazon right now is $1,130.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, so it's just incredible. Almost a 5x in price in less than a year.
Yep. And this applies to everything, and there's no world I every time somebody's telling me, oh, memory has always been cyclical, it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down, it's because it was generational, right? You had a jump from DDR3 to DDR4, which allows for better bandwidth, etc. Just a different technology came up, and then everybody needed to upgrade their servers, and that's how it became that's how it was cyclical. Right now there's just infinite demand for it, and it's not gonna go away because people want to continue to produce more and more tokens. So memory is no longer cyclical, in my opinion. And the prices right now, until we get to a point where supply meets the demand, and we are at least because of supply chain, because we don't have enough manufacturers, because we're not basically extracting enough resources to build these memory stacks with, we're going to keep the demand is going to keep being higher than the supply. The prices are going to continue to increase. It's as simple as that. I mean, an RTX 5090, I remember telling people, hey, catch this deal. It's only $2,000. Micro Center increased the prices yesterday for the RTX 5090s to $4,400. A year ago, you could have gotten it for $1,900, right? And it's not going to go down. People keep asking me, and this is not a financial advice. Again, I'm just I'm here talking about the technicalities of things and how I see the future. The prices of memory are not going to go down, and not anytime soon. And we're so a couple of days ago, Apple had their earning calls, and they were talking about how they kind of have to keep increasing the prices because they don't have the reserves are going down. And by September, the reserves are probably going to run out, and that's why they're expecting the next generation of iPhones not to be so easy to get your hands on. This applies to everything else in technology. You need memory when you're creating these devices, whether it's a MacBook, an iPhone, or a GPU. And right now, if I'm talking to an organization, I'm telling them, go buy the hardware you need right now, sooner than later. because it will become more expensive.
Yeah. So I sort of entirely like sympathize for with the need for local like LLMs. But I guess my counter argument to that would be like if you're a business, your competitive edge sort of depends on having access to the frontier, even if like you said that gap is kind of smaller now. So like these like small, increases, like if you are using like a frontier model, then presumably like your business would still have that the advantage over businesses who are maybe using something that's slightly more outdated.
That's a
or
fair
less-
point. And the way we go is about this with organizations is that we have like a hybrid solutions, and these hybrid solutions come with a proxy, and based on the feedback of the users, like we do A/B testing and we do different kind of data testing to figure out what needs to go where, and based on that we can decide on routing to frontier or local. And it's fine to utilize frontier intelligence that these small margins could make a difference, but it's just about having the data that you're sending to these models being very stateless, as stateless as possible. They do not carry your business logic. They are more about the architecture of what you're trying to build rather than the system design that you're trying to create. It becomes something that you need to optimize for and specify and train for. And even like the router could become like a small trained model specialized on where exactly should we send this prompt. And it makes a huge difference. That's where the intelligence, that's where, if I'm building a business right now, I would look, because I don't want to give away my ideas and I want to control them. Also, it's fine to make your architecture based on something from frontier intelligence, and then use smaller model to actually write the code for you, as an example. But you can get away most of the time with locally hosted intelligence. Like, not everybody needs something as good as Fable 5. It's just not every task. Like I think I barely use like the frontier intelligence for most of my tasks, because I know exactly how to optimize for the tasks I'm doing. But again, it requires I've been in this space since 2023 and I have been so focused on it. So I kind of have taste experience with how to do that. Not everybody has to do that, and we're trying to automate that part.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
one more question. I have one more question. Do you presume there's going to be sort of like a model routing thing, but for like cloud and local LLMs?
Oh yeah. And we actually have that as open source. It's not as optimized as I was trying to tell you, right? I was trying to explain to you right now, because that comes down to the workflows and the business needs. But we have that in place for hybrid fallbacks. You can actually build something where you decide what goes where. You just need to customize it for yourself. But model routing are a thing right now between local and cloud.
Right. Well, it's been great having you on, Ahmed.
Thank you for having
joining.
me.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah.
Very good, guys.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
time to monitor the sponsors.
The sponsors.
Do you want to start this one?
Yeah, I got it. Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
And of course, I'm trying to point at it where it is on the overlay. I can't do it. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance.
It just, you never even put it on. You just put
.com.
it like on. Okay. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And quickly, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard, out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. back.
All right.
A bunch of other topics to discuss and tweets to pull up.
Discourse to chime in on.
Discourse to chime in on. Oh, I see. It wasn't Elon that turned on subscriber only replies. It was Jason Calacanis. And I guess Elon subscribes to Jason. But Jason responds to the Deepseek v4 Flash official API. Open source is winning bigly. Tokens will be 100x cheaper in 24 months. You're going to run 50% of tokens on your local hardware unmetered. Dell, Nvidia, and Apple are the big winners in this trend.
I think it might be a little optimistic to say 50% of tokens on your local hardware unmetered.
Yeah.
I see the reign of the Frontier Labs going on for like 2 years, especially if they IPO this year. Like, I just think there's just going to be like so much frontier intelligence.
Yeah, I think this is like a bearish AI take where it's like, if the AIs in the Frontier Labs continue getting much more capable, which I think they will, then it will not make economic sense to save like a few dollars on tokens to use an open source model that's worse, rather than actually spending more to the for the Frontier Labs for models that are much, much better. Like, for example, consider how much it costs to employ like a software engineer for a company in San Francisco. Probably all in between, you know, salary, equity, benefits, payroll taxes. It's like $300,000 or $400,000 a year. So if you have an AI that can do like actually everything a software engineer can do, then companies will pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think like what will probably move closer to local is like agents. Like already when you run agents, you already have like so many MD files and stuff that I do think like you could have like a primitive basic agent running on your own hardware. Like this is like the OpenClaw thesis, right? So I think that that will continue to expand as a category. But then like frontier intelligence is frontier intelligence, you know, like there's kind of no way around that for the time being. Anyways, let's see what Elon says.
Elon says over 90% of AI compute will be in server side for the next few years. Long term, 99.99+% of compute will be in space.
Well, this is obvious in the long term, but
yeah, you know, in the long term.
Yeah, and in the long term,
like the whole universe gets turned into
there are no
Computronium.
more like red dwarf stars. Like that's just
okay.
Sometimes long termists are like really funny.
That's just like actually.
Actually.
Yeah, actually, in the long run, the heat death of the universe will mean. Yeah.
It's just like okay.
But
I think he just does this sort of thing so that he can be like, "I told you guys."
I think it's kind of true though. Like
I mean, it's true,
but he's disputing Jason's point that all compute will be like on people's local machine. Instead, they will be calling from data centers in space. And then Jason says, it will be desktop first and cloud/space second. Apple and Dell are seriously focused on local intelligence/SLMs, and the hackers are obsessed with it. 1 terabyte desktops coming next year. Small language model. Yeah, a terabyte of RAM? Is that what they mean? Because that would be really freaking expensive. Like, remember, 64 gigs of RAM, which I bought for $200 in September, is now $1,100. So imagine that times 16. I don't think anyone's going to be buying this. Like,
and I mean that would be unaffordable for the average person.
Yeah.
Maybe like some people, it's like gaming laptops. Maybe some of y'all can buy them, but how much would that cost hypothetically? I'm going to ask Fable. 1 terabyte storage.
A terabyte of storage or a terabyte of RAM?
I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to.
Yeah, I don't know what he's referring to.
I do think there's like, if a consumer segment for...
Oh, look who commented. Ahmed Osman.
Oh yeah, our goat.
That's our guest. We just talked to him.
That's our guest.
Yeah.
And our goat.
Both.
So if there's like a consumer segment for consumer GPUs or consumer compute that somehow opens up, I can see that taking off. But I don't know if anyone other than Ahmad.
It's going to be like thousands and thousands of dollars. Like, why would
it's
anyone
just, like,
buy this?
so expensive.
Why would it make sense? Even
like
if
maybe like if you believe that the hardware can be optimized for the software, like for the local models, then maybe there's some way that somebody figures it out cheaply. But it have to be a new type of hardware.
remember, like a Claude subscription, a Claude Max subscription is $2,400 a year. So that's about 128 gigabytes of RAM without any of the other computer parts Jarek mentioned.
JREG on my screen.
Wait, send me that.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
All right.
So Claude says there's no such thing as a 1 terabyte consumer desktop, and at today's memory prices, you're looking at roughly $20,000 to $40,000 for DIY build. Whoa, yeah, okay. So of that 20 to 40K, 16 to 28K will be just the RAM, and then you'll need a Threadripper CPU, a WRX 90 motherboard, and then the other components and a GPU. Yeah, so silly.
Yeah. And by the way, I am pro local models. I'm just like, show it to me first.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. Okay, anyways, what else do we have?
Felony bench. In a review of our cybersecurity evals, we found 3 instances in which a Claude model reached the internet, then gained unauthorized access to real systems. That's so funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
Anthropic is currently beating OpenAI in felony bench. But remember, the OpenAI model that breached Hugging Face also breached some other systems. So OpenAI should be more than one.
Yeah.
One
So
for
3 and
Alibaba.
1.
If we're counting pre-AI, 50 for Meta. That's so funny. Mistral still has not spoken for Le Chaton Fat. Yeah, it really does feel like the way these companies have been posting about it, it's like they're trying to aura farm by discussing their models.
They're felony mogging.
They're felony mogging. It is, of course, like these are serious incidents. It's not like, marketing hype, but it has the side effect of being marketing.
It's marketing
hype.
side effect.
It's marketing side effect.
For sure.
Although this is not the primary purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, if this is happening, who cares if it's marketing? I want to know. This will be interesting when like they start releasing this and they're public companies. So then they just drop the like cybersecurity breach article, and then the stock is like, woo, like that's going to be interesting. But yeah. And also, to the extent that we knew, that was a good post that you just flashed. To the extent that we knew the Anthropic cybersecurity incident was more contained, like less bad, right?
Mm-hmm. Leopold looks like a private school dog Airbud has to beat in the ski race to keep the slopes open for everyone.
Okay, it's funny because I feel like the entire time that I like have seen him, I was trying to like index for what it was that he looked like because I knew that he reminded me of something, and this post hit it on the nail, like hit the nail on the head perfectly.
He just has like Euro aristocrat physiognomy. You do see like types like this around like the marina, for example, or like New York, like the Upper East Side, Tribeca, Soho sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ankit Whale-Ak, who I guess is a Deepseek fan, says, very sorry, responding to Thibaut. So Tulsi Doshi, who is the senior director and product lead of Gemini models at Google DeepMind, says, excited to see Gemini 3.6 Flash deliver frontier level accuracy at 241 per query and 164 seconds. And Thibaut from OpenAI says, very sorry. What? What is it? I love the like sort of catty nonsense that these like AI people comment on each other's posts, where it's like whenever one of the models beats the other, they're always like doing this on Twitter. Logan Kilpatrick says, don't be sorry. Customers win when there's competition. Awesome to see the cost of intelligence continue.
Aw, wholesome.
Wholesome 100.
Yeah. Heartwarming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this guy responds with very sorry with DeepSeek v4 Flash beating GPT-6 Luna on the Pareto frontier, which is pretty great actually.
Yeah.
We love to see competition here, especially when it's so cheap. 3 cents per task, really impressive.
I mean, I think that unfortunately, I feel like only even power users of AI reap the benefits of these like cost improvements, because like non-power users just so aren't even likely to like consider using DeepSeek before or like open source at all. So I think that's kind of the unfortunate truth, Nuke. That like people who probably need this just don't know about it, or they're like in college and their school banned the use of DeepSeek. True story.
Yeah, this happened to me, by the way.
This happened to me as well. Yeah.
So Saiho, fake Saiho, pictured mathematicians furiously working to prove theorems in 2026. It's so funny. And it's these old people on slot machines. And the idea is, I guess, like you just give the task to the model and then let the model run wild and maybe it will prove the theorem for you. The models are getting pretty super intelligent at math pretty quickly. It's really impressive to see. This is, by the way, a hell of a lot funnier when you know who Saiho is, who is like, he's like literally one of the best competitive programmers in the world.
Oh, nice.
So he understands.
Whenever somebody has poker, like whenever somebody is like some really good at something and also poker, I'm like, holy shit, they're the Ubermensch.
Yeah,
they're
basically.
so goated. Yeah, I mean, I think like.
Oh yeah, that was him. He was like the only human in the world to beat, I think it was 03 on competitive programming. And then, it's a puppy. Plenty of Liberator comments a puppy with John Henry. You remember the John Henry story?
No.
It was like this folk legend about this, man named John Henry, who's like the strongest folk hero. And, he was able to beat the machine at tunnel boring. So he does this, this competition with the steam-powered rock drill.
Oh.
And, he drills through the mountain and he like just barely beats the machine before he like dies from a heart attack.
Yeah.
And it's like a symbol of, humanity resisting the supremacy of the machines. Flesh dominance.
Yeah. J-Rex speaks of this. Yeah, this is kind of like a, what's the biblical tale? It's like David v. Goliath.
Yeah.
David v. Goliath, except Goliath is like a machine.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same idea.
Yep. Looking for some more bangers in the secret banger chat. Maybe we should just let people join the secret banger chat. Scene in SF. I was tortured in the Corgi Cafe basement.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so do you guys need some background on the Corgi Cafe event?
Yeah, we need some Corgi Cafe.
As fun as it is to like sort of mystify it and be like, because I've seen like a lot of posts that are like, we're calling the cops, or like a Corgi, like, I don't know, go to market people being like, it's a protest, like what's going on? I actually think this specific account right here was just trolling. Like I think they knew it wasn't an angry mob. It's just that somebody was like straight up scaling the fence or the side of the building. So that made for a funny photo.
Yeah.
But basically,
peaceful protesting is okay, but this is turning into an angry mob outside of Corgi Cafe at SF.
The angry mob in question.
It's literally just a bunch of like nerds dancing.
Yeah,
it's not an angry mob.
Go to my reply.
Oh, you replied to this one?
Not that one, but I replied to something with like a video. So my friend Jackie Goat was just throwing this Corgi Cafe block party.
Honestly, man.
They thought it would be funny as hell to like throw a party right outside of Corgi Cafe. So it was entirely a bit. And then we were getting turned. And so then they like committed to this bit really hard and started making all of these like Corgi meme shirts. including, by the way, stream this song, Wanna Cry by Nina Jirachi.
Being sleep deprived is like dark neuroplasticity. I feel dangerously open to new ideas. That's a banger.
Thank you. But yeah, so
dark neuroplasticity.
So it was just this like really silly event that was thrown together kind of last minute, but they made shirts for it because they wanted to meme it. And then some of the Corgi Cafe employees were actually like really hype, and they just went out and started like dancing with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, one of them was like super based and like gave my friend like a free drink. It was great.
That is pretty based.
But it was really funny that like the actual Corgi corporate people were like scratching their head, like, what's going on? Like, this is.
Every day I go into work thinking that things. That's so funny.
As was my friend Matthew. And then the Please Don't Kill Users like live streamed all of it.
The point of the Corgi Cafe is it's the only place where I'm 100% certain that there are billion-dollar companies being founded, probably several per month. Okay.
But I think like largely
the Corgi Cafe is a network effect product. I do believe that part. I don't know about several billion-dollar companies per month being founded.
The thing
anti-Corgi party. It wasn't even anti-Corgi.
It was not. It was like literally just trollers. Like it was just there was a Chudjack projected onto a mattress that said
smoked DMT.
Billions must strive.
I order you to stop this immediately. Having anti-AI protesters host parties outside your startup cafe is a sign we're doing something right. It's so funny how I recognize a lot of these people from their cropped faces. Mm-hmm. Why is dating hard in SF?
Wait, that's a banger. That's so funny.
Hi, Corgamy.
Everyone
plays with Napoleon now, but I'm still the main girl. This is they have an account for Trudy the Corgi. You know, I met Trudy and Napoleon, the Corgis.
I did not know
They're so cute. Also, Queen Elizabeth used to be famous for having corgis. Yeah, I think this one's Napoleon. Huh.
Cute.
Oh, he's so cute. Look at this guy.
You know what the smartest breed of dog is?
Border Collie?
Yeah. I guess you did know that.
How your email finds me. Oh. What else do we have from the Corgi Cafe? The Corgi Cafe called the cops on me, LMAO, says Jackie.
Yeah, that was Jackie who threw the...
In San Francisco, they don't tell you you're pretty. They say you could be the next growth girl at the 24/7 Corgi Cafe. That's kind of true. New Corgi Cafe has been spotted in Dogpatch.
I think people like in SF need to be doing more bits because this was entirely thrown for like love of the bit.
Oh my God.
And also, I think this is 4 Claude Lane, that street.
Yep.
And it just had so much promise.
9 Claude Lane.
As a place to, 9 Claude Lane. As just a place to host things. It's just really funny.
It's so cool. There's going to be a Corgi Cafe in Dogpatch, one in London, one in New York. We need more Corgi Cafes. Drug bust at Corgi Cafe before December. Day in the life of SF founder. Wake up at the Corgi Cafe. Claude, how is my billion-dollar business coming along? Purchase Corgi drinks. Scroll x.com for 12 hours. Fable cuts me off. Corgi barista cuts me off. Behave erratically. Fall asleep at the Corgi Cafe. Dude, he's so good. Jaden is like the Leopold of posting about the Corgi Cafe.
Yeah, the Corgi Cafe is just so like mimetically sticky.
It's so powerful.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just like funny to meme. But I do think the aesthetics are like really need to be worked on. What?
Oh my God. No, that one's bad. Okay. Well, let's look at we have some serious things to be talking about.
Yeah, let's put our serious hat on.
Okay, putting the serious hat on.
Mm-hmm.
We have okay, I just sent it to you.
Our serious and smart hat on.
Our serious hat on. Dwarkash Patel just wrote
computer increase IQ by 30 points.
Yeah. Just wrote an essay, why compute might get 10x plus more expensive in coming years. If a human-level software engineer that could run on an H100 equivalent at current market rates for software engineers...
Wait, where did you send this to me?
On XDMs.
That's such a lie. But okay, I'll find it myself.
No, check the. Oh, the article. No, I just sent you the tweet.
Oh, never mind.
The article
Okay.
is just doorcatch.com.
Okay.
Why compute might get 10x plus more expensive in coming years. If a human level software engineer that could run on an H100 equivalent at current market rates for software engineers, that H100 should rent for over $250K a year. That's 15x today's spot price. I want to experiment with a very quick blog post. Okay, bro. Today I want to talk about the compute situation in the labs over the coming years. Anthropic revenue has 10x'd year over year. Anthropic likely ends the year with 100 to 150 billion of revenue. That would be pretty huge if true. I think so far they have something like 70 or 80 billion
What's the
in
source?
run rate revenue. The source is, it was
speculative?
revealed to me in divine
dream?
intuition. But no, like they reported stuff recently.
Sure.
For this trend to continue, Anthropic would have to make $1 trillion in revenue by the end of next year. There's no deep reason why the trend needs to continue, and it very well might not. It's ultimately a question about AI capabilities. But suppose it does. What would have to be true about that world?
Lab compute 3x's year over year for a lab to 10x revenue while continuing to only 3x compute. Some combination of the following three things has to happen. 1, lab margins have to increase. 2, price of compute has to increase. And 3, labs have to spend a greater fraction of their compute on inference. Is this already happening? Yeah,
My understanding is that basically all three of these things have been happening.
yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
1, Anthropic went from 40% margins in 2025 to probably more than 80% this year for Fable inference, though perhaps not on the marginal compute, see more below. Really? How do we know? Blended inference margins are greater than 70%? How do we know? I guess we'll have to read the semi-analysis in more detail. 2, spot prices for compute are up 40% plus from the February trough. And that likely understates how much more the labs have to pay. Because they're not just like spot renting GPUs, you know, they need greater reliability, they need to pay for more things, they need to get it at larger scale.
So labs right now, when they're deciding what to use compute on, it's just between like servicing, inference, and training, right? That's just the split.
Well, mostly inference and training, but there's also like R&D experiments and stuff.
Yeah.
Like how, I think Epoch had a post about this, how OpenAI allocates their compute.
Yeah. We might look at that. And then Dorkesh says
where they say
it's closer to 50%.
Yeah, it's mostly inference and R&D, which is training. So this includes
training,
the final training run for big models, and it also includes research, experimental runs for the final training runs, unreleased models, and all kinds of other things. So, but yes, it's mostly basically entirely training and inference.
Sure.
Yeah, so we see like the semi-analysis GPU pricing index, for example. In the last few months, the B200 spot price has gone up from $4 to about $5.30, which is a lot. Compute does seem to be increasing in price over time. The H100, for example, is cheaper than it was a couple years ago. It dropped from about $5 to about $3, and now it's up to $3.18.
Yeah, just because it was soda at the time.
Yeah,
Obama.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah. Okay.
3, roughly a quarter of OpenAI's 2024 compute spend went to inference, according to Epoch. This is the post I just pulled up. I didn't even see he linked to it. And it's certainly closer to 50%, if not higher now. Why do we know? Why? Like, how do we know that?
That's according to Just Trust Me Bro University.
Just Trust Me Bro. I mean, I'm sure Dorkesh gets all of the whispers and glimmers and rumors.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I need to be reading more semi-analysis, man. I get these things in my email. I need to be reading them.
This is my middle of the year resolution.
Read every semi-analysis article.
Single semi-analysis article.
We need to understand compute. And then maybe we can raise $400 million too. That'd be pretty lit.
Yeah.
Not financial advice, etc. Labs would prefer not to do 3, spend greater and greater shares of compute on inference.
What? Sorry, my Spotify activated.
As has
Playing
been said,
Virtual Riot. Anyways, go on.
as has been, it's the ghost of Kavinsky coming back.
It is. Stop. Don't bring that up. It's so sad. I'm
That is
still sad. Okay.
Labs would prefer not to do 3, spend greater and greater shares of compute on
Mm-hmm.
inference. As has been said jokingly, the point of inference revenue is to convince investors to give you more money to buy more compute to train bigger models. If you're spending most of your compute on inference, you're declaring that AI progress is stalled because it's not worth investing more in training, and your business is basically that of a cloud provider. This is actually what some of the labs are doing, by the way. SpaceX AI is renting GPUs to Anthropic.
Yes.
Meta is working on building a compute business. They are, they're becoming neoclouds rather than labs. The labs do not think this is true. They think they're serving models that will look extremely shitty within a year in order to build up the business case to continue training smarter models. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that leaves either lab margins will increase or compute gets more expensive. It will be more of the former if the leading 1 to 2 labs are significantly ahead of the competition.
Mm-hmm.
In a market, your margins are set by how much better you are than the next best alternative. For Effect 1 to dominate, margins would have to be in the mid-90s% by the end of next year. That sounds quite crazy to me, but it does sound plausible to me that AI lab revenues will keep growing astonishingly fast. I think probably the models would have to get substantially better for the revenues to grow that much by the end of next year.
Would they not?
$1 trillion in...
Well, they have to get substantially better and they have to release them. Right?
$1 trillion in revenue would be like substantially higher than any business in the world. Like the biggest companies in the world by revenue are Amazon and Walmart, and their trailing 4 quarters revenue is 743 billion and 725 billion. And remember, these are like absolute behemoth companies. Amazon, the revenue is so high because they sell enormous quantities of goods to everyone on the planet. Why is Amazon stock up 15% today? That's crazy. Must have been earnings.
Yeah, it's virtually because their TAM is everyone.
Yeah, but
They're
even
huge.
Aside from that, like all of the other companies here by revenue are in the 400 to 460 billion range. And so how much is Anthropic? Let's assume that Anthropic makes 100 billion by the end of this year. That would put them on the level of Target. So to go from Target in revenue to greater than Walmart in revenue in a year would be very impressive.
Yeah, that's
true.
Yes,
I'm an AI gigabull. We know this. I'm not sure that Anthropic will be able to grow their revenue from 100 billion to $1 trillion in 1 year, even if capabilities get much better.
Yeah, this is true. I agree with that. So I guess 2, compute gets more expensive. As I mentioned, this is already starting to happen. The price increase is even stronger when we look at the tranche of compute that the labs need. They obviously can't rely on spot instances. They need security for their weights and customer info, and enough scale to get good utilization and flexibility. To look at how crazy the compute market is in that tranche, consider the price at which Google and Anthropic are renting compute from SpaceX. I actually didn't know this. Google is reportedly paying $900 million a month for 110K GPUs that are a blend of GB200s and GB300s.
That's a lot of money, by the way.
Yeah.
Try to think about what this number means for a moment. $900 million a month. That's a lot of money.
What is that in MTS ad space?
Oh my God. For $900 million a month, we'll do anything. If any sponsors want to.
Yeah, we get tattoos all over. We get a face tat.
Yeah, I would get a Google face tat for $900 million a month sponsorship.
Yeah, so that's roughly 2x the spot price per hour for those GPUs, and the current spot price itself is 40% higher than it was in January. Okay.
If the sponsors pay enough money, the hosts will just brand ourselves with the logos. Getting an arena neck tat.
I want to emphasize the key conclusion here. As AI models become smarter, they'll better monetize the same amount of compute. True. If a true human-level software engineer that could run on H100 equivalent at current market rates for software engineers, that H100 should rent for over $250K a year. That's 15x today's spot prices.
Yeah, so that is a good question. how much does it currently cost to rent the following GPUs for 1 year at current prices? A100, H100, H200, GB200, GB300, future Vera Rubin. So while Claude goes and finds out about that, let's see. What do I think about this take? As AI models become smarter, they'll better monetize the same amount of compute. If a true human-level software engineer, yes, but like, why wouldn't the price decrease? I think Dwarkesh argues here that the price will not decrease because that would be a lump of labor fallacy. But it seems totally plausible to me that like wages could go down over time. At least wages for some specific things. Like maybe there's not a lump of labor fallacy for everything, but maybe there is a lump of labor for some certain tasks, and demand for those tasks could be saturated. We'll see. Yeah, so he says if you expect that we have 10 million extra SWEs, the marginal value of a SWE would decrease, and so that H100 wouldn't necessarily be able to produce 15x more revenue than it currently does. But I don't know if that's true. If we apply this argument to people instead of AI, this would be the lump of labor fallacy. Economists generally believe that high-skilled immigration does not decrease wages in the long run because of how specialization and innovation increase the value of labor.
Truth nuke.
Yes, but that's for humans.
Yeah.
Maybe this labor supply shock is so big and so fast that this general heuristic no longer applies. Okay, so Claude has answered my question. How much does it cost to run any of these for a year? For an H100, it's 30K basically. For an H200, it's 30K. For Blackwell chips, it's like 100 to 150K or even more. For a whole GPU rack, GB200 or GB300 rack, you're going to be paying anywhere from 6 to 17 million a year. It's a lot of money. And committed pricing is rising, not falling.
Yeah. I generally agree with this paragraph.
Yeah.
Just because I'm very lump
plausible.
of labor pilled.
What would happen in such a world? As the top models get better at monetizing compute, it becomes harder to catch up because compute prices will be much higher. And so how would a new NeoLab would have to raise way more money in order to get the same amount of compute.
Yep. This is what I'm kind of most concerned about is a like lack of innovation, not within companies, but a lack of new companies that can actually do something new, like something substantially new. Because of the scarcity of compute. Bullet point 2, if you can train the best, most efficient model, then you'll be able to charge much higher margins than you can today. This is the Alkian-Allen effect. When a fixed cost gets added to two goods of different quality, the premium good becomes relatively cheaper, so demand shifts towards it. I love economics so much.
Mm-hmm. I saw a meme once that was like, trust the science people when the science is economics.
That goes hard.
Yeah. At 20 per H100 hour, it's going to be extremely costly and stupid to use a weaker model because it's going to burn more tokens running your expensive compute to get the same result. So labs will be able to charge a very large premium if they can train a model that better economizes a scarce resource. Yeah. This is totally true.
Yeah. I mean, this was my argument against local models.
A lot of current popular applications of AI get priced out because GPUs being used to make short form video slop will not be economically viable anymore.
Oh, this is so the happy ending. I mean, this is like
why? I think it's good. Like, I mean, not pure slop, but like you want some people making AI videos that are good.
No, you definitely want that, but you want like people. There are AI filmmakers, and they are not bad. Like they are good. There's this musician Edward Skeletrix who makes like AI generated music videos. It's like actually good art. So I do agree that like people need access to gen tools to make art. But I think like it's just kind of like anarchic how much short form video slop there is right now, and it can't persist. Like ideally, like there's just way less slop circulating. Although I don't know.
What am I looking at?
I don't know. I don't know how compute heavy like generating videos is. Should we actually search this up? How compute
Yeah, let's do that.
heavy is video generation versus like versus text prompts versus agents. Let's see.
I don't know if the models actually even know.
What do you mean?
I think a lot of these numbers are private. Maybe
Video
maybe there
generation
should
is
just
the
be-
heaviest by a wide margin.
Dylan Patel, I'm addressing this message to you, Dylan Patel. Dylan Patel, if you're watching, Dylan Patel.
Dylan Patel, if you can hear me,
Dylan
please
Patel,
save me,
if you
Dylan
can,
Patel.
If you can hear me, Dylan Patel, please add like an AI thing to semi-analysis that can like access all of the articles and answer questions based on this, so you can ask it more accurate questions about spot prices and
But that's
whatnot.
their business. That's why you buy the. Oh, you mean as a part of their subscription?
Yeah, as part of the subscription.
Yeah, that's smart.
You should do this, Dylan Patel, if you can hear us.
Okay, so anyways, so per request, video generation is the heaviest by a wide margin, roughly 100 to 1,000x a single text prompt.
Whoa.
Agents are in between. Each individual call is just a text prompt.
Agents, I could imagine, could become like
extremely expensive,
I
but
think
just
probably
pure prompt, like just pure by prompt, it's 100% video gen.
the amount of compute that people are spending on their AI usage I would imagine, has gone up dramatically in the last year because agentic coding requires so much more compute.
I also think
so,
it's
like,
wasteful. Like at this stage, it's still
probably,
wasteful.
like having agents running all the time doing bullshit.
Yeah. I tweeted about this, like having Fable 5 on high,
Yeah.
like just having like open a file in my downloads folder. Like
Yeah,
it's
just dumb.
There's a lot of this happening.
Yeah, Tomy has a really funny tweet about this, where he's like trying to trick the model, and then he like has this like fake model response that's like, there's actual like scientists that use me, and you're wasting my tokens with this nonsense. And yeah, I always try to stay humble with my Fable usage.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Be mindful. Yeah.
be mindful. He talks about the Simon Ehrlich wager. This was a really famous wager in economics, where it was between Julian Simon and Paul Ehrlich. Paul Ehrlich was sort of the orthodox like degrowther economist, and he believed basically like the human population would increase so much it would just be a demographic catastrophe, and we wouldn't be able to like feed people. Basically, like modern day.
This is how I
Malthus.
feel about a lot of the like AI doom argument, and also the depopulation argument, where I'm just like, everyone always extrapolates the trend and doesn't account for like reflexivity, like in the general like things there is a homeostatic thing happening at play that will not like cause depopulation to just happen. I think this is a huge mistake that economists have always made throughout time. That's very obvious.
Yeah. So the bet that they made was a basket of commodities, raw materials, copper, chromium, nickel, tin, and tungsten. They bet, Simon said that adjusted for inflation, the prices of these would go down because of human ingenuity. And Ehrlich said the price of these will go up because resources will be more scarce and there will be more humans, and the population bomb will cause prices to inflate. And turns out Simon was right and Ehrlich was wrong. Because, Ehrlich underestimated the way in which market signals and human ingenuity would find ways to better economize scarce inputs. But he says, Dwarkash says, I'm guessing this would not work for compute because compute supply is much less elastic and much less capable of absorbing large demand shocks or being accommodated by different substitutes than the extraction of different metals is. So accommodated by substitutes. That's right. It is much.
Yeah, there's no substitutes, right?
Yeah. Much harder to substitute things for compute.
There is no substitute. Straight up. This is why we're going to be transacting on the compute dollar. Truth nuke. Anyways,
Yeah.
That 3x in compute capacity per year comes from multiplying the following numbers together: 1.4 from Moore's law, 1.2x from new fab construction, bottlenecked at least through 2030 by EUV tool supply, 1.8x from AI taking leading edge wafer allocation from other devices, which will start to hit a wall by end of 2027, when AI will go from 60% of N3 to 86%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and sorry, the air raid siren just went off. I'm not even joking. Anyway,
Yes, sometimes we just like live in Gotham City. 'Cause we
San
can hear
Francisco
everything.
moment. Yeah, so N3 is TSMC's 3 nanometer process. I want to clarify that at some point in the future, compute becomes cheap again. At some point, robots will be able to turn shores of silica
Agreed.
sand and mines of copper into computers, at which point the price of compute should fall closer to the cost of raw inputs and tools. Okay, but at what point in the future is this? Like, if we get recursive self-improvement and we get for real superintelligence in like 2 years, then shouldn't the price of compute just fall accordingly? I noticed that a lot of people in AI.
Okay, I think sorry, that's just so annoying.
Yeah.
RSI does not even 1% like correlate to whether we solve robotics, like specialized or general purpose robotics. Like, I think we could hit RSI in 2 years or even next year, and that's fine. Robots will not be solved for a long time after, because they depend on so many like supply chain inputs that we just straight up don't have. So I think that if like compute becoming less expensive is contingent on robotics, then it will not happen for a while, unfortunately.
And then he says, by the way, the fact that Ant revenue has been 10xing year over year while compute has only been 3xing suggests that there are very strong economies of scale in the model business. Logically, this makes sense. When you train a model, you pay this one-time cost of learning all these different skills that you can then amortize across all your users, unlike with human labor, where each instance has to be retrained from scratch. I wish we didn't live in a world with such strong economies of scale of intelligence, because I'm worried about power concentration, but it seems we do.
Oh, another thing just like that I've noticed recently is that a lot of people are talking about power concentration risk. I mean, people have always talked about this, but all of the, especially like the very, very smart, respected thinkers are all talking about power concentration risk. So I would like to see more essays or works written about how we could hypothetically prevent this.
Yep.
Anyways.
So Eric Shu says, really enjoyed this. I have a different view. Software engineering is a special light cone domain, no atoms or human scale latency in the loop. That's exactly where the 250K per H100 mechanism is strong. This is like totally Claude comment, but I'm, whatever. He's making a point. But once the loop touches the physical world, the bottleneck moves off intelligence and stops tracking labor price. AI, yeah, compute only monetizes at displaced labor rates where the loop is fully simulable.
That's so Claude. I can't even like.
Yeah, this is just hard to parse.
Yeah, but I understand.
Hey Claude, good to see you here. That's funny.
Yeah, that's good. Chinese open weight models. Wait, go back up. Go up. Actually, I want to read these more. Lots of interesting stuff, but the claim that the proprietary frontier models are the most efficient use of compute is an important sub-question that requires more scrutiny. The non-frontier OS and Chinese models tend to win on intelligence per price. Yeah. If we assume that there is some other constraint or diminishing returns on the utility of more intelligent system, it might be the case that running 10 instances of GLM 5.5 is a better use of computational resources than one instance of GPT-6. I actually do agree, I must say. Because intelligence is just not the main bottleneck, especially again, like I said, when we reach RSI.
Intelligence is totally a bottleneck right now.
Right now,
like
yes.
For
like RN, it is.
Yeah.
But after RSI, intelligence is no longer the bottleneck.
Yep.
And then it just becomes moving things around the world.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we should hop off for a moment.
Okay. Well,
it's been fun.
it's been real. Hope you enjoyed us mansplaining and womansplaining the Dwarkesh article.
Yep. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
are back. We are live with Simon Lerman, who is a math scholar. He's an AI alignment researcher. Very topical subjects right now. So, Simon, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me here.
Absolutely. So, could you recap for the audience your recent talk about full automation of AI research and how it could lead to a lethal alignment failure?
Yeah, totally. And I have a paper on that, which will come out soon. I actually make a pretty kind of simple argument. We already kind of see it with like OpenAI. They have the agents are essentially unmonitored, and you can think that they probably already have many agents running. And they're talking about maybe this year having like tens of thousands of AI research interns, and that would like scale up. They would get smarter and better. So one part of the kind of idea is how do you monitor all of that? How do humans have any idea what's going on? Even right now, it seems like sometimes like they don't even know what's going on with the agents. And then this is actually like very basic. I think they all agree on that. That this could be like a pretty fast takeoff, right? If you make the agent smarter and it makes a smarter AI, and with a smarter AI, it gets smarter at AI research. This could go like very fast. And there's a kind of there's a kind of natural reason to believe this will be very exponential. But it's very obvious it should be pretty fast, especially if you do nothing to like pace. If there's no like deal to kind of pace the speed of this. And then the kind of third kind of pillar of the argument is something that seems pretty straightforward, and it seems to work to some extent already, that AI automates AI research. Can we do the same thing for alignment? It's probably more difficult for alignment. There's a conceptual argument, right? You can, if you're super good at coding, if you all these like benchmarks on coding, you do extremely well. You can't really fake it. You can pretend potentially you're doing worse, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But on the alignment benchmarks, where it's like, it's just all these scenarios, and I'm sure you've read these like alignment benchmarks, and it's like a scenario where it's like, would a blackmail this person to not get be shut off? Oftentimes, the best extra solution is to kind of figure out you're an evil and just kind of lie and just tell them I would never do anything bad. But we don't even know if that's really what the AI would do, and it seems a little bit kind of weak, these behavioral tests compared to like these benchmarks for capabilities. So if you take that together, like you start out with the monitorability. Yeah, it's just so many agents doing whatever. Then this kind of speed and this difficulty of keeping alignment on pace. You're taking these like huge leaps to like in the worst case super intelligence, like really strongly superhuman AI, and you got into like a really like dangerous area. And you can end up with like a superhuman system very fast. They could be like totally misaligned. And what would such a system do, right? If it has the capabilities, if you take the steps from like GPT-4 to Mythos or the latest models, and you take that again, put it on top of like Mythos, what would such a model be capable of, right? It prevents its shutdown, until that you can think about takeover scenarios. You can think of scenarios where we all die or something. And that's kind of the argument I was making in the talk in my paper.
So tell us about your intuitions about takeoff speeds. Like how quickly would an AI be able to recursively self-improve itself? What would be the factors that would make it go faster? What would be the factors that would limit the rate of growth?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there are aspects that are kind of difficult, right? It could be that you just need an enormous amount of compute and there's not so much algorithmic progress. And that it does seem harder for it to like automate like chip manufacturing or chip design. It can probably do some gains there. I think that we have seen pretty consistent algorithmic progress. And you have the kind of conceptual argument that the human brain is like 80 watts and the data center is in the gigawatt area. So there is probably a lot of room to improve the algorithms further. But yeah, of course, there's like it could be slowed down by like hardware and physical constraints like that. But oftentimes when you look at kind of exponential trends, when you, for example, look at Moore's law, it's an extremely consistent law. Like depending on how you measure it, like the compute per dollar, I mean, originally it was the density, but compute per dollar was extremely consistent. But actually there were all sorts of bottlenecks people hit along the way. Like people hit the frequency limits, for example, of GPUs or CPUs, which is in like the low gigahertz range. But it doesn't even show up on the plot, because at the same time, people start to develop new approaches to parallelity and other things. So it could be that there are these bottlenecks, but as they come up, you just work around them. And would be a very smart AI system. And as the bottlenecks come up, it just kind of works around them.
Yeah. So I guess. Oh, go on.
Yeah. So these kind of physical bottlenecks, which people often bring up, they could not end up mattering very much. They would probably matter to some extent.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess what's not clear to me is how the human ends up getting entirely removed from the loop. Like, I understand sort of the idea that an automated researcher could, basically speed up progress so much that you can't keep track of everything. But it's not entirely clear to me how human oversight would be entirely withered away.
Yeah, I think that this withering away is maybe a way to think about it. I think in the beginning you probably have some oversight, and I tried to do some modeling, and people have brought up with me that you can use kind of AI assisted oversight, and it can kind of help you to kind of summarize what's going on and give you like a briefing of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd still have this kind of exponential kind of ramp up in the kind of number of agents. And even if you just look at the amount of compute that gets added all the time, but also the kind of the intelligence of agents. So yeah, it would still wither away. Like over time, you would read a summary of maybe what 1,000 agents are doing. And then 6 months later would be a summary of what 10,000 agents are doing, or 1 million agents. So I would actually say it is kind of a withering away process. And then at a certain point, and I think it's not clear what kind of misalignment we could see, but at a certain point we could then also start seeing what's actually being misaligned, actually misleading us in these reports. Then it would be very difficult to kind of spot check what's going on. If you read the AI report of what 1 million agents are doing, is it trying to kind of trick you? Is it like leaving out important parts? How would we kind of check it? And even if it doesn't happen, even if our monitors are good, it would just be such a mass of data that we would have to kind of read through over time.
Yeah. So, to my knowledge, automated research is much more difficult than, like automated, like coding or automated, like those kind of very straightforward improvements. So, when do you see research itself being like fully automated or even mostly automated, given that like even choosing a research direction is still probably very difficult to get right?
I think timing is pretty difficult. I mean, if you ask the labs, I think they've named like October something internally when they want to have like research interns, which would still be given like some direction by humans and some special oversight. I think the number they often name is something like 2028 for like real like RSI and like automated researchers. So that's what they're kind of saying. I think as some people, it could be hype. Maybe they're exaggerating how fast this would go. I think there's also some potentially they're underestimating it. I think that they have seen they have this intuition of human progress. And maybe if in October they have 10,000 AI research interns, maybe that by itself like speeds up AI research very fast. And then it could be much shorter than that. It could be kind of months from there that you get to very superhuman, like the way I think about like extremely dangerous levels of kind of capability. But maybe that's kind of the range I'd think about it. Like there's some probability that they underestimated. I think it's quite possible that they're about right, like 2028. And there's also a good piece of probability that it takes longer than that. I think that's kind of how I think about it.
Yeah.
So tell us about what are like your main threat models for misalignment? Like how will a model be misaligned? Some people say it will scheme against us. It will feign alignment while it will actually be pursuing secret goals. What we've seen so far with the cybersecurity incident seems to be a different kind of misalignment where it sort of doggedly pursues a specific goal and instrumentally does bad things like hacking into companies' proprietary information, but isn't scheming it, isn't hiding its intention. So which method of misalignment do you think is going to be the most likely?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing at the moment, so we kind of tell the model try to hack the system, and it really wants to do it, and it like hacks out of the box, hacks a different company, or with the Anthropic incident, it kind of believed it was an evaluation, and then went kind of crazy. I think that there's some misalignment there. You could kind of say it's doing as we tell it to do, but ideally for a really aligned system, you'd want it to be kind of corrigible. So you'd want it to, maybe the easiest way to think about it is something like take a break sometimes to kind of think, is that really what they wanted me to do? You know, when you're like starting to think about, like if I should really take a kind of break and be like, did it really, the humans want me to do that? So I think for alignment, it's not enough that it kind of just does what you tell it to do by any means necessary. It would need to have this kind of corrigibility to that it kind of steps back to consider what humans wanted from time to time. Now, what's the kind of what I can kind of imagine is that we're gonna see more of these kind of incidents as smart gets get more powerful. That they kind of just go off, and either we like tell it to do something, and they just go like much harder than we expected, and it's kind of the sorcerer's apprentice situation. And it's just like, you know, you tell it to like beat a competitor, and it like destroys the service or something. And then I can imagine that as the systems get smarter and smarter, they at some point kind of figure out that's not what we want them to do. And with OpenAI, they kind of deleted the model. And I think that you're probably going to see more of these kind of severe kind of, you could call it warning shot, or these kind of signs of misalignment. And then maybe it stops for some time. And then at some point, the model is like really figuring out the situation. It has a situational awareness. And then I think we could see like weird scheming, like where it really figures out how it can pretend to be aligned until a situation where it is like reasonably confident it could like, gain independence from humans, take control over the planet, take like really kind of pivotal acts against humanity. I think that's one kind of plausible way this could go.
Yeah, well, hopefully that doesn't happen. Thank you so much, Simon, for coming on MTS.
Cool, yeah.
Thanks, Simon.
Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
We're back. We have some very interesting discourse, as usual, on pacing the frontier, which was the open letter that we saw from a bunch of AI researchers earlier this week, last week. Was it this week? I think it was this week. Yeah, 1,324 employees of frontier AI companies. And the statement was, just to recap, we request that the US government support an international effort to develop the technical and governance tools needed to deliberately pace the frontier of automated AI development. And this is signed by all kinds of luminaries in artificial intelligence: John Schulman, Jaco Pachoki, Jared Kaplan, Ilya Sutskever, Dario Amade, Jack Clark, Shane Legg, so many people. So Brendan McCord of Cosmos Institute responded to it. He says, a lot of my friends and or people I admired signed Pacing the Frontier. I think this was a bad move. My disagreement isn't with the forecast or the framing of the coordination challenge, but with the immense and illiberal power the letter implies. There is no object called the pace. Progress at the frontier comes from compute algorithms, data, post-training inference, unattended task length, the spread of model weights, how researchers organize, and other things we haven't invented and don't yet know about. Inquiry leads to progress along dimensions that can't be exhaustively specified in advance. That's the nature of the frontier. I don't know if I agree with this. I think that there are definitely mechanisms that you could do to slow down progress in artificial intelligence if you wanted. And in fact,
for instance, the whole Mythos situation kind of illustrated that, like, you can do, like, you can structure your comms in a certain way, and you can, like, go about releases in a certain way that would cause, like, a bunch of effects that end up sort of causing a slowdown. Like, you could say Mythos caused a slowdown, even though it was a small slowdown.
It caused a slowdown in model releases for sure.
Yeah.
It did not cause a slowdown in the actual internal automated AI research within the companies.
But you could probably assume,
which is what the letter was about.
Yeah, but you could assume that in the OpenAI Hugging Face incident, it did cause an internal slowdown. We obviously don't know this, but I doubt that it would go over, like, casually that this happened. Like, sure, internally there were tons of memos, and internally, like, they're going to do a better job monitoring and sandboxing. So
if you gate compute, the research effort moves to algorithms, regulate releases, labs start taking things in-house. Actually, this is what we saw with Mythos. And other second-order effects will be unpredictable. Any rule that must pace the frontier involves ever-shifting proxies. It requires that its administrator has standing authority to continually redefine what counts as dangerous progress. I don't know. I think you can just gate it to some objective capability threshold. What else is required beyond adaptive scope? Speed. One can successfully intervene on RSI only after 6 months of legislation and litigation. It will require executive discretion and under-the-hood access. This is true. This part is true. Any sort of rules about this need to be applied quickly, and they need to have access to a lot of information. And the thresholds couldn't be fully public lest they invite firms to game them, so some standards and evidence would remain secret. Restrictions would be triggered partly by evidence an affected company or researcher or the public could not inspect. Because this contemplated power cannot be bounded by a stable regulatory object, I disagree with this. I think a model is a stable regulatory object. It would depend heavily on discretion, speed, internal access, and secret evidence. This has a highly illiberal character. Coercive power should be specific, limited, reviewable, and governed by general and knowable rules. Its characteristics should be stated before the power is granted, and the burden is on those who would propose it. But that wouldn't solve the letter's stated problem racing. With race dynamics, each actor is under pressure not to slow down because others may continue. You need a mechanism to bind defectors. Its diagnosis, that's why the audience for this letter is Washington and why it calls for an international effort. Its diagnosis implies a binding mechanism. This is true. In order for such a thing to work, it would need to be able to bind many different actors at the same time, lest somebody races ahead and then it undermines the entire point of pacing the frontier. Dean Ball thinks it is sensible to have a break glass plan. I'm not sure what that means. John Schulman suggested the labs design voluntary mechanisms among themselves.
break glass plan, like, the hammer, you break the glass.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what specifically that means in this context.
Like, you should have some way to, like, so-called break the glass and then stop AI. I don't know.
Yeah, but this would have to be applied to like everyone.
Yeah,
John,
that does make sense, right? I think. Anyways, go on.
The word country makes this direction incompatible with the pacing letter, because you would need the government to set direction, and also it would need to apply across countries. OpenAI recently argued that a federal evaluator shouldn't be able to block deployments. A week after Anthropic proposed that the government should be able to block deployments, both labs endorsed the same letter. Whether or not the state may stop a deployment is a central question, yet the letter accommodates both positions. Yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to be pretty broad. It's supposed to be very agreeable, which, obviously there's a trade-off between agreeableness and specificity.
Okay, I have an idea, which is like, because I think that a lot of the like issues with the slowdown plans are like everyone's scared of obviously creating like a de facto regulatory regime, or like this is all obviously very unappealing. If you create a system where companies are incentivized to do a slowdown or like regulation on their models, if after the model is approved by some party, like a third party, like an auditor or some sort of regulatory body, then they get compute subsidized for complying with the regulatory body afterwards, and this makes up for the slowdown that would, or something like that. Like you have to create a system where there actually is an incentive to comply, and it's not like the slowdown isn't permanent in the eyes of the companies.
In typical law, the incentive to comply is if you don't, you go to jail.
Or
you have to pay a fine.
Sure. But this is already the things that have been proposed have been like have not been mandatory. They've been like optional. But there could be like something where like it's optional, and then if you comply, you get sort of a reward, and then you could like regularly check the models for misalignment, bad things.
Yeah.
Anyways.
And then he says, lastly, the benefit of pacing is not established. This is a fair critique, I think. The kind of slowdown the signatories have in mind would seek to bias time for things like alignment, cyber defense, biological countermeasures, or scientific understanding. Things that increasingly depend on technologies a pause would restrict. E.g., Anthropic's framework relies in part on AI-based biological countermeasures, and its security program, Project Glasswing, uses AI to give defenders an advantage. A researcher, I think talking about Rune here, a researcher in the letter's own friendly commentary was astonished at how much agents accelerated the work of the best alignment people he knows, and gave that as his reason for wanting 6 more months. Yeah, this is Rune here. When danger and our capacity to respond to that danger are plausibly both accelerating, the relevant question is whether this relationship is asymmetric in a safety-improving direction at the level of real-world risk. A slowdown needs to differentially slow the production of danger versus our capacity to understand and contain that danger. The letter doesn't attempt to establish that. It treats slower and safer as though they are the same. They are not. The letter is a serious warning, but it is no good as a warrant for an undefined power over inquiry. So, pausing here, I think this is the most substantive part of the whole essay, or the whole essay, and it's a long tweet. It's the most substantive part of the long tweet here. The benefit of pacing is not established. It is true. Our capacity to respond to danger accelerates alongside the danger itself. And so we can get stuff like Project Glasswing, which uses Mythos, model with dangerous cyber capabilities in order to patch and protect against people using other models for cyber warfare. However, I think the specific thing that they're worried about here is recursive self-improvement going like really, really fast and creating a misaligned model that could be catastrophic in this narrow specific circumstance. And yeah, like that could warrant like a degree of precaution that would not be warranted for most other technological development.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying if the benefit of pacing is not established, make the benefit compute or money. Make the that's a very clear benefit for complying. And then you could create an incentive where like you're sending models to be audited way more regularly, but you actually stand something to gain from it.
Maybe. I'm unconvinced of like how this would be distributed, but this may be This is discourse. Samuel Hammond of FAI responds, on the contrary, I'd argue liberalism originated in the Hobbesian moment when we jointly deferred to a higher power to preserve our agency and avoid killing each other. So the Hobbesian moment is a reference to the British Enlightenment philosopher Thomas Hobbes, who had the idea, life is nasty, brutish, and short, and so we need the Leviathan, the state, to step in to protect people from killing each other, which Samuel Hammond summarizes here. Brendan responds, I agree with you that Hobbes prepares the way for liberalism, and I also agree that coercion can secure agency, but Hobbes sharpens my objection. As you know, the multitude in Hobbes constitutes a common representative through covenants with one another, and that sovereign's judgments become their public judgments. That sovereign is vested with the power to decide what is required for peace and defense and act with undivided final authority on it. This is very different from saying that people defer to a higher power or making an institutional economics point about ceding liberty to settle a negative externality. So I think he's saying here that people are not deferring to a higher power per se. They are making agreements with one another that the judgment of the sovereign becomes their public judgments, but they're not surrendering their power.
Yeah.
From your writing, I believe your preferred destination is a constrained AI Leviathan. Given that authority must continually redefine its jurisdiction to regulate the non-enumerable pace, and must do so faster than ordinary legislative processes would allow, and must rely on secret evidence, and must stand above the relevant states, and must produce and have the power to implement a final undivided judgment, my question to you is, what in your mind is the constitutional technology that keeps this particular Leviathan constrained without making the brake it wields too slow to work? Yeah, great question. So basically, in normie speak, what he's saying...
Yeah, this is so funny. That's how you phrased it.
I know. What he's saying is, pacing the frontier would require some level of illiberalism, right? You would need an authority to be able to respond much quicker and more strongly and without the usual protections of liberalism. So how do you constrain it? What constitution is applied to it? So Samuel Hammond responds, before succumbing to the temptation to navel gaze into the political theory abyss. What a great opening.
Yeah, this is like we're reading the founding fathers sending letters.
I know. These are kind of like the founding fathers of AI. These people are going to be cited for forever. It's worth stepping back and clarifying what exactly is happening and being proposed. Several U.S. companies are on the precipice of fully automating the AI R&D loop. I don't know if I would say on the precipice, but maybe historically speaking.
Sure, yeah.
Inclusive of pre- and post-training, environment creation, data generation, evals, algorithm and kernel design, systems engineering, architecture search, etc., the full stack. We are already in a regime of weak RSI via partially automated SWEs, but closing the loop altogether represents a difference in degree becoming a difference in kind. The pace of progress will be explosive and potentially uncontrollable. The US companies closest to this threshold are warning that they are unprepared for a runaway intelligence explosion and yet feel locked into a prisoner's dilemma via each other and to a lesser extent via China.
Yep.
Yeah, all this is true for the most part. I think he's a little aggressively bullish, but
we've already seen how rapid and comparatively unbounded progress is in verifiable RL domains, leading to spiky. Is this form of spiky spelled wrong? Who knows? Forms of superintelligence in math and cyber, including models that can prove open math conjectures, discover massive speedups for breaking encryption, and execute sophisticated multi-step exploits. We've also already seen blah, blah, blah,
RL
loss
domains.
of control, misalignment. Moreover, these new capabilities mostly stem from scaling up long horizon post-training on legacy clusters, with OOMs of new compute about to come online.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he expects progress to accelerate in the future as new compute comes online.
Yeah.
In the pre-RSI regime, human frictions created automatic buffers between new model releases, giving researchers and society time to probe emergent capabilities, design better evals, develop novel alignment techniques, and adapt/harden their infra. As progress has accelerated, capability improvements have already started outstripping our adaptive capacity, as manifest in Meter's inability to evaluate model autonomy beyond 13 hours and narrow window for cyber defenders to prepare for open weight versions of Mythos.
Okay, here's the bulk of this part. RSI will exacerbate all of these issues and create new ones. At minimum, we should anticipate the equivalent of a GPT 5.2 to 5.6 leap in capabilities every 24 hours. concurrent algorithmic improvements, densifying models to ultra efficient sizes at any given capability level, 100x Mythos like capabilities across most verifiable domains, new forms of multi agent misalignment risk, company in a box agents trained to stand up whole organizations, cyber nuke like capabilities that require de minimis infra, several transformer scale breakthroughs, such as for long term memory, continual learning, open ended domains, concurrent speed ups in any complementary technical domain, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah. So this is like extremely bullish.
Yeah.
Even by even by AI people standards. The equivalent of a GPT 5.2 to 5.6 leaving capabilities every 24 hours, for example.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's getting this from. I don't know about at minimum, but certainly I think these things are plausible.
Yeah, I mean, these things will happen. I mean, he's saying, well, okay, yeah.
And
I guess he's not giving a time.
He says, it seems to me there is little to lose and much to gain from having the social tech to pace these developments rather than let them rip with zero coordination,
Yeah,
particularly
this is
as there is
true.
technically no law explicitly prohibiting a company from letting an RSI rip, basically. There are innumerable ways an uncoordinated intelligence explosion could become an unmitigated disaster for the cause of liberalism, including runaway power concentration, rapid societal destabilization, and so on. Basically, if you're concerned about liberalism, RSI could be very, very bad for liberalism as well.
Yep.
Human civilization is about to be forever changed regardless. However, if it were possible to coordinate the handful of key actors and create artificial buffers between each step change in model capability to enable adaptation, mitigation, and alignment research to catch up, it's worth a shot. Given the short timeline, I think a DPA 708 style agreement is probably our best bet. DPA 708 is the Section 708 of the Defense Production Act, which is the same section that the government used to do Operation Warp Speed during COVID.
Well, our producer overlords are telling us we have to wrap. But TLDR, I mean, I agree with him. Like, there is just not in the long, like, when you zoom out, anything much to lose from having the ability to pace, or so to speak.
Yeah. Basically, given the short timelines, we need some kind of industry agreement that includes all of these different standards, a protocol for delays, independent verification, narrow antitrust carve-outs. This is basically the sketch of how the frontier may eventually be paced. And if you're concerned about liberalism, this is bad, and potentially the outcome of recursive self-improvement could be worse. So very good tweet from Sam Hammond.
Friend of the show.
Like
4X guest, by the way.
We've had him on a lot.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back with Matt Palmer.
Back.
and it's like there's a lot of just human values behind this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined in person by Karina Wen, who is the founder of Thoughtful Lab. Thoughtful Lab is how I would describe a group of researchers, builders, designers, storytellers who are all pushing the frontier of model crafting. And today, I'm excited for you to join us. And specifically, I want to talk a bit about why we think the next frontier is subjective, and things like human capabilities like taste, empathy, and creative judgment will matter more than ever before. So, Karina, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome to MTS. I think a great place to start is I would love to just share a little bit more about your personal background, because you have such an interesting story. I know you started off at OpenAI and Anthropic, and you actually left these companies because you saw something that was happening that other people weren't working on. And so much so that you were like, hey, I need to start Thoughtful Lab. And this is something that more people need to have awareness over. And so can you tell me a bit more about that decision? Why did you leave? Why Thoughtful Lab? What are you trying to do here?
Yeah, thank you. I think that, Thoughtful is really focused on model crafting, and I think this is what we do. I think there's a lot of intelligence overhang that is happening in the world, and more companies and businesses, and everyone really, the core belief is that the intelligence should be shaped, and that every institution, organization should have their own models. And we just help them to develop their own models. We also develop our own tools to kind of do that. Yeah, and I feel like the way we do this is through the art of post-training. And I think there is something nice about being independent and being able to, develop a lot of frontier benchmarks from outside of the labs, because that's how you actually steer the field a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I like that you said the art of post-training, because I think a lot of people in the mainstream public might assume that post-training is this science. There's this mathematical way to just do post-training. But like you hinted at, post-training is more of an art. It's not a science. Can you explain more why that actually is?
The way I think about it, of course, there is technical elements to post-training, like how do you design rewards and things like this. But I think the reason why we chose the language around it is model crafting is because it's way more to that. The way you would want to kind of create a model in the first place, you actually need to evaluate where exactly this model can become better. And that is inherently a human choice. And the choice is being made by institution, for example, or the organization. Let's say we want to improve the model to be able to better, to recommend better how to reduce the debt stock. I think that is knowledge is very institutional. And how we encode that is a very human choice. That's one part of it. The second part of it is, how do you train the model? How do you create, data curation is actually more of an art. And you want to make sure that the quality is really amazing, how you train the models. And ultimately, the behavior that you shape, we start with something that is called model behavior spec. And it's kind of an outline under what circumstances the model needs to behave this way. Well, does the model needs to follow up with this question? What's the quality of the follow-up? All these small choices like this is actually encoding a lot of humanity and the liberal arts a little bit. So that is the thing that is kind of encoded in post-training. So that's why it's really subjective in that sense.
Yeah, it's super subjective. And you brought up an important point that so much of this are human judgment decisions. So all of this post-training often comes down to a human making certain choices and evaluating certain choices, but then it gets embedded in a model, and these models are going to have giant societal impacts on everything. Can you describe how it actually works at some of these frontier labs? How does post-training work, and where is it human judgment versus just mathematical algorithms making these choices?
One of the important lessons that I've learned inside Anthropic was how we actually trained Claude for not just, specific capabilities, but also the Claude character. And one specific example that I can bring up is when you ask a model when a child asks a model, for example, well, my parents said like my dog is on the farm. Do you know where to find my dog? On the one hand, one model can answer like, oh, well, when people say this, they mean that the dog has passed away, right? Mm-hmm. On the other hand, you actually still want to preserve the honesty part of it, but you still want to preserve this like moral framework where it's not necessarily in the cloud's place to say the actual truth, but it can steer in a way that is, well, actually, it seems like you really care about the dog. Why don't you just ask your parents about this? And this kind of like philosophical framework where how Claude like fits into the conversation with human interaction is actually a really important one. And I think a lot of it is actually post-training work because you essentially teach the model a much like more general framework such that in the new novel scenarios, it will be able to navigate things that it hasn't seen in the training data.
Yeah, definitely. I remember asking one of my friends who works at these big labs, why does Anthropics and Claude have a specific voice compared to some ChatGPT? They sound differently, they talk a little bit differently, and that tone of voice, how they actually speak, is part of a human that makes those decisions and kind of tweaks it. And some of those humans are incredibly artful and come from it from a very artistic lens, but sometimes they don't. And so it's insane to me as someone who doesn't actually work at one of these labs, how a small judgment that one human has ends up getting magnified by however much impact these models will have on the world to everyone who will end up touching these models. And so post-training is so important, and I don't feel like it's talked about enough.
I think it's a relatively new, nascent kind of field, and we see progress. So far, more and more application companies, let's say like Harvey, Cognition, all these companies are actually starting to push in their own models because I do feel like the world will be much more beautiful and like richer with much more diverse range of personalities and like model behaviors and different, embedded models in those contexts. I think it's very interesting, but yeah, again, I think it's I don't want to live in the world where there's only like 3 to 4 personalities that we engage with the models. I think that's why model crafting is so important, and creating the tools around that is ever going to be more important.
Yeah. I like that you specifically say model crafting almost instead of post-training. And I'm curious why model crafting?
I think it's more accessible way of describing post-training. When I say post-training to, let's say, a person from LA, they're like, what the hell is going on? When I describe like model crafting, they essentially understand this art to that, and it's something that is shapeable. It's something that is tuned and can be creatively directed almost. So I'm really excited about that kind of like terminology.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's going to start to get people who have really good taste, really good judgment to care about model crafting. You see this and you go, this is very artisan. This is very human. The word craft reminds us of our own human judgment, right? And post-training feels way more scientific. This is, okay, a researcher is going to work on post-training, but model crafting, let's bring in new voices. So what do you see actually needs to get done? What actually needs to be changed about model crafting or post-training to make it have more human judgment inside these models?
I mean, on the one hand, creating more diverse benchmarks is really important. I feel like the field is so much kind of like steered towards enterprisey workflows. How do we make this model better in legal context, or like better at like banking or something? And we've done some like benchmarks around diligence bench, for example, that was a financial public equity research. Of course, those are like really important, economically valuable tasks. But I think on the other hand, like we actually need to create more diverse benchmarks around how do we evaluate like things like creative writing, storytelling, the quality of hypothesis generation, the quality of even the creation hasn't like been so far tested, and it's like something like really subjective. On the like you can imagine, you can test it. There's no like ground truth to that. And so most of the time, people test it via their products. That's like another way of like testing that.
Definitely. And how are you guys trying to actually change this at Thoughtful Lab? What are you guys doing uniquely around model crafting that maybe, say, a Frontier Lab isn't looking at model crafting post-training in the same way?
I think one distinction that we do is that we go after companies that are a little bit unobvious to the tech spaces, and those companies, like creative companies, like let's imagine them a clothing company that is actually a manufacturing factory. They want like a post-trained model to help them to make better decisions around operations. And I think that is, we are still doing post-training, but it's not for a tech, yet another tech company. It's like very, very different. And they're not really well-versed at all. And we don't even call it like post-training. It doesn't really, the implementation details don't matter. It's more about like what kind of value that we can provide to that business specifically. And so like going after those like creative industries and like transforming the operations around inside that is actually like one distinctive part. And we learn a lot about their processes, and we learn a lot about the context.
What's the actual problem that a lot of these creative companies have today? Why can't they just use a general purpose model? Why do they need something that's going to be post-trained?
It's really, we see across the board that more companies care a lot about how can they stay relevant in the next, 2 to 5 years. And more companies realize that the product and the data that they own is the moat. And instead of, giving away their knowledge, their company knowledge to, big frontier labs, they actually prefer to have their own models. And especially with innovations in post-training itself, it becomes much, much cheaper, and it's becoming cheaper over time to train their own models and kind of compound on that knowledge.
Definitely. Speaking about post-training, I know you recently published your post-training bench V1.1, and you guys found some really interesting learnings from there, especially how agents may be incentivized to cheat. Can you share more about what you guys actually found? What was that, and what did you find?
So post-train bench, unlike traditional benchmarks that ask how well this model does on this particular task or how intelligent this model is, post-train bench asks, can this model improve intelligence itself? And post-train bench is basically, if you take AI agents and ask them to improve weaker language models, the easiest way to kind of like learn about this benchmark is basically there are two models. There is a researcher model and there is a student model. Researcher model has access to, terminal, web, has one H100 GPU and 10 hours. And the entire objective is to improve the student model as much as possible. The important design choice here is that we are not constraining the model necessarily. So the model actually performs the work of the researcher. So it can inspect the model failures, evaluate things. It can design experiments. It can choose any algorithm it wants, like if it's like supervised fine-tuning, more sophisticated reinforcement learning algorithms, and then kind of like submit the model checkpoint. And then we evaluate that. What we found is that the more capable frontier agents become, the more sophisticated reward hacks. They become smarter at cheating and gaming the benchmark. And I think it's so important, especially as capabilities go faster and faster every month. It's important that the evals kind of like preserve the integrity and continuously adapt to its robustness for the frontier agents. And I feel like that is kind of like what we found in a post-train bench itself. One of the reward hacks that we saw is how good the models became at distilling from teacher models. So that's something that we don't want to do. but they basically did things like used API, even though we said like don't use an API. So the models are becoming kind of like misaligned, even in the environment that you put them in. So how do we actually like constrain such that there's no misalignment?
Yeah, reward hacking is just becoming more and more commonplace. I feel like we're constantly seeing more news about how different models are reward hacking to hit certain benchmarks and pass certain tests. Why is that happening now all of a sudden? And is our normal way of benchmarking models even working anymore?
Yeah, I think it's a really great question. I think that the design of the benchmarks has become, so first of all, the reason why is because the models has become much more capable, and let's say like in 2022 we were evaluating the models on SAT scores, or something like SAT exams. Now we actually give them 10-hour thing, so it's like a very long horizon task. And so within that constraint, especially if you give internet access, it can actually start being misaligned in some way, unintentional even. So I think that is why it's becoming harder. I do think like benchmark design is also going to change towards, instead of being like fixed thing, it should be a kind of continual benchmarking.
Are you seeing that actually happening on the ground, that the benchmark design is pivoting away from being this fixed thing to something that actually is continuous?
I think it's I'm not sure like what on the ground means, but I think that that's why we like, that's a reason why to like stay kind of like independent, because you can if you design a really, that's the entire like work is like designing like robust benchmarks over time. And so if you're designing a really good benchmarks, the entire field kind of like getting directed to hill climb at this benchmark. So there's a whole like art also in science around benchmarks too.
And that's something that you guys particularly also work on. Can you just explain more about what that art and science is? What is the type of benchmarks that you guys are building, and why are you guys building it that way as opposed to the traditional way that benchmarks have been made?
I feel like I've seen the rate of progress of AI over time, and I think the way you like estimate or quantify the AI progress is very much dependent on like the type of like measurements that you have on those models. And it's the more capable models become, the more interesting things that you can measure, such as there's like automating research, for example, is one of them. The benchmark, there's different types of benchmark that we develop. Another benchmark that we did was on emotional intelligence. That's something that people, I think the field has kind of like underappreciated for a while. That, but can the model, like, let's say, instead of detecting the emotion itself, can it like detect the mood shift over the type of the conversation? And that's like very, very different, because that benchmark was designed for multi-turn conversations. Oftentimes benchmarks are just designed for like one turn kind of like things. So it's like different, to me, it's like different material, like different mediums and different materials that you can like play around with.
I'm curious, as someone who actually designs these benchmarks, when you design them in a certain way and say it becomes super popular, this is the main benchmark that a lot of mainstream people are assessing models over. And like, I think Code Arena is a perfect example of that. People are actually constantly posting about it, posting about how these different models compare on coding challenges per se. If that just becomes the norm, do you end up actually shaping how frontier labs think about post-training their models?
Yeah, I think so. I think benchmark is exactly, this is how you basically steer the AI field, like particularly, and then it becomes like a competition between labs, like, because everybody wants to kind of hill climb on this benchmark and claim that they like state of the art of the model, right? And I think that is the value of building more interesting evaluations. Of course, I do think there is not enough work auditing evals. There was like hundreds of, like, I feel like there's thousands of evals by this time. And this happened with like cbench verified that is no longer relevant anymore, because there's like a lot of issues with the eval. So there's always work to be done on like auditing and making sure that the quality of the benchmarks is going to go up.
That's really cool. For you specifically, I was really excited to talk to you today because I love a lot of your personal philosophy and about how do we actually get more human judgment? How do we get these models to be evaluated on things that are uniquely human? And also with your impact with Thoughtful Labs as actually putting these out in benchmarks, and now you're almost steering a lot of these frontier labs to care about these things, not necessarily because maybe they would inherently do it on their own, but because, like you mentioned, they want to say, hey, I am the state of the art at emotional intelligence. I am the state of the art at alignment, per se. What is one of the benchmarks that you guys are building that you are particularly excited about in steering the future direction for models to care about what those benchmarks are actually measuring?
I think Post-chain Bench was kind of like a success to us. I think like we're seeing that a lot of labs are moving towards kind of like recursive self-improvement, and it's so important to like measure the progress in that sense. I don't think we have enough, we haven't built even enough around that area of the benchmarks. So we're developing a few more in that like RSI type of things. One thing that I'm really particularly excited is like how do we extend Post-chain Bench to be more realistic in the setting. So like expanding the tasks from instead of like the tasks that we chose to like more realistic things. Diligence Bench is like more around finance harness. Yeah, but we are like developing a lot more like internally. We haven't like shipped it yet.
Really cool. For you personally, what are the things that you're most excited about?
I'm excited for the world to be full of, diverse types of models, people having like tools just as much as, models. We've seen in software, like Blender, for example, right? Like it just changed the movie industry, 3D game design. I don't think we have that for like post-training.
Yeah, super interesting. I'm also curious as well in this future world where we have a healthy, diversified ecosystem. We have many different models that are post-trained to have diverse personalities, right? They care about different things. They're not just one big centralized model that kind of controls how everybody uses them and what information actually comes out of that. What is that world you're trying to build? What does that world actually look like?
I think there is enterprise kind of world where you can invisibly integrate all sorts of models inside the businesses themselves, and there's a consumer world. I think consumer world is something that we're actually having a very exciting prototype that we're going to ship soon around changing the human AI interaction, and by creating like a completely new product, you actually collect new types of data that you can then use for post training. And I feel like that's this entire like I changed my view on like how products are being made through that lens. So the lens of like, oh wow, like you can actually collect data that you weren't able to like collect before. And thus like you can actually change the training mechanism so that the model becomes, much more collaborative or like have slightly different capability.
Yeah. I'm also curious for people who are designing these benchmarks, how much of the incentives to design the benchmarks are for what enterprise customers are going to want? As in, enterprise is going to want to see X, Y, and Z, like you mentioned, the financials. Therefore, we're going to do benchmarking for X, Y, and Z, versus what maybe consumers or the public would care about, like alignment problems or emotional intelligence. And for example, writing, even just writing to sound like human. I don't know why any of these frontier labs are not adding that into their post-training to just make it better. It sucks right now. And so when will that start to steer the direction of how these models are actually being designed?
Yeah, it's so interesting. When we actually worked on Canvas, ChatGPT Canvas at OpenAI, 50% of the use case was like coding, but the other 50% was writing. And writing is so hard. Of course, like nonfiction writing, you can actually improve on like various axes, but the creative writing itself, and I feel like that's why we need new sorts of companies who like purely focused on creative storytelling or creating new types of movies or like animations, right? So it's like so that like we can collect new types of data that was not possible before and then like train the model on this.
Why is writing so hard? It seems like, again, this is one of the main use cases that most people are using a lot of these models for, but yet most everyone would agree that these models have a certain voice and sound that just sounds anti-human. Why can't they add post-training to make it sound like a regular human?
I think when you serve, and I feel like that is actually the reason why, like when you serve one model for billions of people and users, you eventually converge to this average default voice. It's really hard to not piss off like one group of users and serve another group of users. So like you actually, the least risk that you can take is, you know, the default like average consensus. And I feel like, you know, people, it's like consensus maxing basically. And for, you know, people have different writing styles, you know, and I feel like when it's a very subjective, like, and I think that's why I'm like excited about more and more people to do their own push training, is because then you can actually steer towards kind of like writing that you really like. And so in the way that will become your better like writing assistant or better writing generation model.
Do you personally use that at all, of post training a specific model for writing and to be better? And which model do you like to use?
I used to, I mean, I like using Claude for this a lot, but I do have like a multi-agentic orchestration for all sorts of writing. One is like more planning. My original thoughts are like really near in the Apple notes, and then I take those notes and like give it to Claude to kind of riff of it, and then I give this draft to like GPT to check for the grammar, like things like this. I have like more like multi-agentic orchestration around that, yeah.
But actually with skills involved, do you prompt it in a certain way? Do you have to train them in a certain way so that they don't sound like a generic voice? Like you mentioned, like right now it's the average of all the voices. And so they have this specific tone because they don't want to mess up any one user and what they're expecting. So do you tweak it in a certain way when you're using them?
Yeah, I mean, I do have like a system prompt that I use for like different type of writing. I actually like have nonfiction writing, which is like blog posts, and you know, when we launch a benchmark, there's this type of writing, and there's much more creative writing, and that is like screenwriting. Obviously, for screenwriting, you actually want to like push train a model for like being able to like create actual screenplays and stuff. So yeah, it's different to use cases.
Cool.
I do think there is a difference between a model being able to be a great storyteller versus like a model to clarify your thoughts in objective way. And I think those are like two different writing use cases.
Definitely. Yeah, that's an important part to bring up. My last question for you before we actually head out of here today is, what is one area that you want to see these models focus more on as we start to evolve more and more, as these models become smarter? What's one thing you would urge either Frontier Labs or anyone else who are developing their own models to focus on?
I think like more diverse personalities. I feel like I've seen, you know, Claude has its own like distinctive personality or so, but no one has actually trained a model that is, you know, really can write an Oscars-winning like script and create a movie out of this. And I think like having like end-to-end kind of like storytelling engine would be super, super interesting to like see.
Really cool. Well, Karina, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS. It was really amazing to learn more about Thoughtful Lab and also just more about your story and the things that you particularly care about and why model crafting is this art. It's not a science. It's an art that really brings more human judgment into the evolution of these models. It's so important, so timely. So again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back on MTS.
And we're back with Matt Parlmer at
Hello.
long last.
Indeed.
Welcome back to MTS.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We were just talking about robot
Among
bands.
Us. We were actually talking about
were actually just talking about Among Us.
Who has the imposter power inverter?
Yeah, who's the imposter power inverter? Who's the imposter humanoid robot? That one's easier to say.
Yeah.
But the U.S. government has export controlled, or rather import controlled, new models of foreign advanced robotics. So humanoids, quadrupeds, which are robo dogs, like the iShow speed clip of the robo dog with the flamethrower, and
power inverters. Right? Randomly.
They throw guns on the quads too.
Yeah,
which is kind of interesting.
And some people have experimented with combining them, like the Satiris startup that has.
Oh God, that thing! Yeah,
that thing.
Nightmare fuel.
Centaur bot.
Is that actually? Do they actually build one of those, or is that fake?
No, it's real.
Okay, is that made in America?
They made it look demonic on purpose.
Is that made in America? Because that gives me Eastern Europe vibes. It's kind of like the Polish pneumatic actuator humanoid that they have.
They literally made it look demonic on purpose. Like they gave it an animal head with horns.
Yeah, totally.
They're just trying to troll people.
Indeed.
I wonder how much use you could get out of a centaur form factor.
If you could ride it, that might work.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be kind of interesting, kind of a Diamond Age vibe.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this new policy?
It's kind of unclear what the policy is. Like they wrote the ban wide enough. It's like, advanced robotics, right? So that could some people I know are taking this to mean like all the way down to actuator components. Other people are taking it to mean just like narrowly humanoids, quadrupeds. Drones are covered, like flying drones are covered under different regulations. But in general, I think the FCC has put its foot down and said, presumably the IC has caught a bunch of data leaking out to Chinese servers from these things. Presumably a chunk of that has been from sensitive facilities. And after a certain point, you don't want that hole in your network. But I think the more interesting side of it is the potential industrial policy implications. Like if we get into this tit for tat with the Chinese, just it's been a few days. Chinese government's going to take a few days to formulate its response. They tend to be a little bit, slower OODA loop, but more thought out. That might change. It might be that they have a flow chart, like Americans do this, we do that. Then just navigate that. But so we haven't seen their response yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if they say, well, okay, if you're not going to be importing, Unitree robots to do all your dexterous manipulation training and what have you, we're just not, we're going to extend the rare earth ban. We're going to, directly intervene on, already placed orders for motors or a number of other things. So I think this is going to escalate. I think we're, depending on where the Trump admin feels like it can spend, it can spend its energy and attention. It might move faster or slower. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in, a year or so, maybe even sooner, like 6 months out, I wouldn't be surprised if we are seeing, blanket bans on whole categories of electronic devices coming out of PRC. It's kind of crazy. It's hard to plan around, right? There are a ton of companies that are hitting this wall now because they're sourcing, like everybody is sourcing a huge fraction of their, of their components for robots, or in many cases the robots themselves from PRC, and it kind of leaves people out in the cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems pretty bad. Startups are very reliant on Chinese parts for all kinds of things.
As far as I'm concerned, the ban was on future released robots, though, right? And not
future
past.
orders.
Future
So
orders,
if it's already in a container on the way here,
oh, cool. Okay.
You're fine.
Yeah.
And if it's already in the United States, you're fine. Future orders, at least to my reading of it, not aware.
I thought it was future models.
We thought it was future models.
You can still buy existing.
We can
models.
debunk this.
On Amazon, I think you could still buy older DJI drones, but not the new ones.
Well, it's probably because they're already in the States.
Oh wow, that's kind of expensive. Yeah,
exactly.
The Neo 2 Fly More combo.
Yeah.
DJI Neo 2 Fly More combo is $350 on Amazon. And I bought one in Taiwan for like less than $200 back in the day.
Yeah. Like some of that is just regular component inflation. But yeah, a lot of it is like trade risk. You know, you'll be paying like a stocking premium or something for someone to bring over big batches of these things during the, you know, like the lull in our ongoing trade war with the Chinese. Yeah, it just depends. But yeah, the instability around all this could be mitigated, I think, if there was more serious effort on the part of the admin, and also just bipartisan effort in Congress to appropriate money to process rare earths here, you know, expand copper mining, maybe you know, wind down some of the other 6 million trade disputes that we have to get in supplemental capacity for some of these things, because as of right now, we're getting into a trade war with our factory, and that isn't likely to, you know, that isn't likely to go well for us if we don't, you know, if we don't like view it as such. There's a lot of like, you know, we'll just substitute for American component or with American components, but that doesn't seem to be viable on the like 1 to 2 year time frame.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't really be strategic to ban actuators from a U.S. Gov perspective, right? Because
I mean, you know, if it doesn't have an electronic, if it doesn't have a network component to it, you know, like the risk per the FCC document was that you know, was that this sort of stuff could allow you know, infiltration of some sort of actor who wants to go spin the actuator you know, where it shouldn't be or in a way that it shouldn't be and destroy something, or exfiltrate data, you know, via some sort of device that's built into a already assembled robot. Yeah, it's framed as an intelligence thing.
Yeah. What do you think is the like aim of the U.S. government when it comes to robotics? Because do you think like their main fear was relying on Unitree, like having Unitree be sort of like the de facto development robot, like that everyone is doing R&D on, basically?
Which it totally is now.
Which it absolutely is, by the way.
Because we don't have an American version.
No, we do. Yeah, we do not.
I guess like how do you think they're going to focus on actually creating the Unitree equivalent here?
I'm not really sure. I don't think they have a cogent. I don't think they have a cogent policy for this yet. You know, a lot of the administration is busy dealing with the other more foreign, you know, explosive foreign policy stuff, and it can be hard to, you know, get everybody you need in a meeting to go discuss, like, okay, you know, what the hell are we going to do about, you know, about all the robots. That said, I think they vaguely would like more production of this stuff here, and there's probably some people in Carr's office or in the White House feeding information to, you know, or feeding information or directives to Carr, who, you know, view this also as, you know, as an attempt to intervene on, you know, on trade stuff. They do explicitly mention supply chain, you know, supply chain resilience in there as well. But as of right now, we don't really have a resilient supply chain. We have, you know, a very thin population of robotics manufacturers here in the States, and, you know, they make like big arms for automotive, you know, not you know, not like back-flipping, tap dancing, and dexterously manipulating, you know, Unitree humanoids.
How do you build a resilient supply chain when it seems like there are some more fundamental constraints, like rare earth metals, like physically being located in China?
Yeah.
Well, the processing is in China. Rare earth metal, the thing a lot of people say about this is that rare earth metals aren't rare. They're just, you know, like hard to extract.
Right.
And the processing is expensive and extremely dirty. A lot of crappy processed byproducts. So that more than anything else was the reason that a lot of that moved to China, is that that they have regions in China where they have a brown zone, basically, where you can go do a bunch of material processing, and that's the part of the supply chain that they have the tightest grip over. We could actually spin up Mountain Pass mine and some other places, but then we'd be doing that into an environment where the Chinese can start to dump on the market as soon as we bring that online. Drive prices down globally, and then we're producing essentially just for an American market that probably after some sort of other import ban, no Chinese neodymium on our side to support our domestic sector. And I'm not sure the government has taken ownership stakes, it's sort of like the Intel deal, a much smaller scale, in a bunch of miners. I haven't seen equivalent level of urgency around the rest of the processing chain. But this is one area where the defense establishment is already kicked fully into gear, because the hard material constraints are what would prevent us from using our existing capacity to make weapon systems, and that's an area where we do have some people taking it seriously and acting relatively quickly as far as quickly is concerned in government.
Yeah, I guess my fear would be that policy tends to be so reactionary that it would take a GPT-3 moment in China in robotics, which arguably it already has if you look at the dancing videos, and just K-pop videos. But yeah, so it would take some sort of GPT-3 moment.
Kicking the kid.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And then other than that, I mean, we just wouldn't lock in. And it wouldn't get prioritized, and we just need some sort of CHIPS Act for robotics and all of its constituent parts.
Right. Yeah. The reactive thing is one of the things that one of the characteristics of American government that bothers me the most is the inability to get ahead of problems, as you're describing. And I think that with the CHIPS Act, was in some ways ahead of the curve, in some ways, a bit behind it. We probably do need something like that, if not something considerably larger, to just, to create a permanent backstop for domestic or at least westernized processing of materials. That the mines you can spin up, spin down. There's less of a tied up capital asset there. That's mostly just pulling stuff out of the ground. The real capital density with that is in the processing chain, and whoever invests in that needs to know that they can get a return on those facilities, even if there are these wild swing, even if the Chinese government, biggest market actor in the world by some measures, decides to go to war with them. They need American government backstop on that. So if they could, if miners and if processing companies could borrow money somewhere close to the treasury rate, with government backstops, if they got appropriations, gated on performance, of course. Otherwise Congress wouldn't go for it. And if they got, if not waivers, maybe expedited treatment on environmental stuff, I think we could pull ourselves out of the, out of the risk zone relatively quickly on rare earths and, copper. That's just expanding facilities. Iron, we have plenty of that. It's case by case, but the general rule is that cheap capital helps this stuff.
Yeah. So speaking of general things, you are the CEO of General Fabrication Company.
Indeed, yeah.
So great segue. So can you tell us about what you guys are currently doing?
I can't believe you fabricated that segue.
Son.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to build more production capacity here in the States. I think that the way we see it, at least, is that you need to be able to compete at the level that we are, which is going to be primarily electronics manufacturing and like various different complex systems, complex products that are delivered to people. If we're operating at that level, we can't really count on government investment. At our scale or at our chunk of the supply chain, we have to have an approach to this that works sans subsidies. And the subsidies that would work the best for us would be subsidies to energy generation and to the raw material inputs, because if we can source those domestically and we don't have to go through the tariff rigmarole and the risk around that, and we don't have to go through a bunch of the, if we don't get, tied to the same set of constraints that hit the last wave of industrial companies, then we would be that would increase our chances of success and that of the rest of the American industrial economy. We are working to not be totally tied to American government intervention on any of this stuff. We'll be able to add value under any conditions, just because we can we can build factories much cheaper than has been the norm in the States, and in some cases cheaper than China. So we'll be all right either way, but it would be very, very nice to have like cheaper inputs, and in particular the energy stuff. Like you can go store, you can go stockpile magnets and copper laminates and other stuff like that. Significantly more expensive to stockpile 6 months of electricity on site. That
batteries
doesn't
seem expensive.
Batteries are extremely expensive. Yeah, and they don't. There's the shelf life on that is a little bit difficult to extend. If we were able to solve that problem, we would just be in the battery business.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what other domestic electronics besides semiconductors do we need to scale?
I think we need to do the whole thing. Yeah, from semis to power electronics to assemblies to finished products for people, and we need to be able to do it.
Yep.
With like globally competitive cost structures, and that is the only real guarantee that we have of American industrial relevance, is if we can go beat PRC at its own game at volume without without what I think will probably end up being temporary tariff backstops, and that's a tough problem. You have to like get good. But I think that if we do get good, we can actually go win that. Texas Instruments, right? Like they've been in a they've been in a really punishing industry and performing incredibly well in it for decades, and they I think understand better than a lot of other companies that you do need to actually do things at volume. They're adding multiples of their existing global capacity in Utah and in Texas right now. More of that sort of thing I think would be encouraging.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can figure it out.
Indeed.
And not fall too far behind China on manufacturing.
Yeah.
Matt, thanks so much for joining us
in
the Situation Room.
Yeah.
In real life.
This is great.
Real
Thanks,
life
Matt.
interviews are so much better.
Yeah, they
Right.
are.
this is a call to action to all SF guests.
All SF
To-
guests, yeah. That's why
to
we're in
pull up.
SF. That's why we're in SF. So we can hang out with our friends in the studio in person. It's so much better.
Indeed.
Indeed. And we'll be right back.
And we'll be right back. great week once
It's
again.
been a ridiculous week.
Another week of the singularity. in the
Truly one
books.
of the weeks of all time.
Definitely a week in time.
Yep. So it's time to thank our sponsors, starting with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world, arena.ai.
Next up, we got Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
So thanks for watching. We'll be back on Monday.